Morning, everyone, and welcome to today's training session on the International Code Council Standards, the IEBC, for this week. I'm Natalie Huber, the Office of Architecture and Engineering's Chief Engineer in Central Office. So thanks everybody for joining us today. Today is the first of 5 training sessions that we're going to host on the International Code Council requirements. These sessions will take place over the next 2 months. An email went out announcing the training, so the first 2 sessions are already open for registration. So today's and the next one. The final 3 will then be opened up, and we'll have links out shortly for you to register for those classes. But these courses are going to be on topics relating to the ICC code content, which is required per our P100, as well as courses on code inspections and enforcement. So I think that this is going to be a great series of training for everyone in the design and construction delivery programs for PBS. The ICC is the code family that we reference in the P100 to provide the backbone for our requirements as far as building codes ranging from fire safety, structural integrity, to accessibility and things like energy conservation. So today, we're going to talk about the existing building code, which really talks about, what some of our requirements are for existing buildings, and what we would apply for whether it's a large construction project or even small projects in our building. So I think this will give some great background on these codes. So thanks so much to Ben Pisarczyk and Mark Cucci for pulling this training series together, and I will turn it over to ICC and Lisa. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Natalie, and good morning to everyone. My name is Lisa Cherney. I am the training manager here at ICC, and I'll be moderating today's webinar. As you know, we are gathered for 2021 IEBC Essentials, and our presenter today is Tim Ryan. And there's a few housekeeping notes to go through before we get going. One thing is you will all notice that you are muted. For 2 reasons. One, to eliminate any background noise or disruptions during the presentation. And secondly, because we have such a large crowd today that if we had everybody on microphones, we would have some horrible background feedback. So if you have a question or a comment, you can feel free to enter that into the chat, and we will get to those in sequence as Tim moves through the presentation and as time permits, but there will be Q&A at the very least at the end of the program. If possible, we ask that you do not log out for 2 reasons. One is that for GSA, you need to have attended 95% of this session in order to be provided with your CLPs, your continuous learning points. So you do need to stay online for 95% of the training. If you do have to jump off, or if you lose your connection for any reason, please know that you can join by using the same link that you used to get into the training initially. That link will be active all day if you do need to get readmitted. For CEUs, continuing education units, class will be checked for attendance. We're taking it automatically through the list as you join. There is no sign-in sheet that you need to worry about completing. And as we said, if you are on for 95% of the session, you will receive CLPs from GSA. You will also receive CEUs from ICC. And we ask that you give us approximately 1 week to get those issued. Again, because of the size of the group, it will take us a while to go through the rosters. Please do use your chat function for Q&A, and we will be monitoring that. The slides and the recording for today will be made available internally for GSA members that will be on the Insight location. And the recording and the slides will take a couple weeks to process, so please be patient with that process. We will get those up as quickly as possible. We do, as you have noticed, probably have a recording running on this meeting. If for any reason you do not consent to being part of the recording, we ask that you please depart the session at this time. And if you have any questions about your CEU credit, I'm going to put an email address in the chat. For ICC, you can contact us at learn@iccsafe.org. And I see some questions coming up. There will be a certificate for CEUs provided. Those will be sent out electronically. And as I mentioned, the slides in the recording will be available post-training. So with that out of the way, I will turn the presentation over to your instructor for today, and it is Mr. Tim Ryan.
Thank you, Lisa. Good morning, everybody. Hopefully everybody can hear me. My name is Tim Ryan. I'll be your instructor for the rest of the day. We're going to be talking about the existing building code. And hang on just a second. There we go. Just to tell you a little bit about who I am. I've been in this business for about 45 years. I work for the city of Overland Park, Kansas. Overland Park is a suburb of Kansas City, Missouri. We're on the Kansas side. We're population about 200,000. I worked there for almost 40 years. 20 of that was as the code administrator in charge of the building safety division. I was allowed to serve at the national level on various with various organizations. For those of you in the northeastern part of the country, you probably remember BOCA, the BOCA organization. That was one of the 3 model code organizations prior to them all consolidating into the International Code Council. I was the last full-term president of BOCA as we merged with ICBO and Southern to form the International Code Council. I was on the board of directors for the International Code Council. I was one of the initial board members, was there for 9 years. And then I served on the board of directors for the National Institute of Building Sciences, NIBS as we call it. For those of you who do not know who they are, NIBS was created by the United States Congress back in the early 70s. And what that organization does is act as a liaison, if you will, between the federal government, including the President of the United States, and the construction industry throughout the country. That board consisted of code officials, architects, engineers, manufacturers, material organizations, just a plethora of people from all the various industries that feed into the construction industry. I've received some awards along the way. What I love to do is I'm a moderator at the code hearings, which are coming up here starting next week. For those of you who have never attended a code development hearing that ICC has, you can pull it up online. It's on their website. You can watch it. It's webcast. The moderators, there's like 10 of us, and we kind of run the meetings to make sure the protocols are met and that they conduct themselves in accordance with the OMB A119 standard, which is a federal standard for all codes and standards in this country to meet. So that's pretty much most of my background. Like I said, I've been in this for quite a while. So today we're going to talk about the existing building code. This is one of those codes that over my years I found out people either love it or they hate it. There's usually not a whole lot of in between. The thing you have to realize about the existing building code is that it does restrict how far you can go with enforcement on an existing building. You know, prior to the existing building code, building officials, fire code officials, they kind of just, you know, didn't really have any direction as far as if somebody is doing an alteration to a building, well, then how much can I make them do? Some building officials, some fire code officials basically had the mentality that if you touch this building, we're going to make you bring the entire building up to the current code requirements and the current standard requirements, which obviously that didn't work. Building owners usually couldn't afford to do stuff like that. That became a political issue with the political environment, and all kinds of bad things were happening. So that's why they developed the existing building code. Won't spend a lot of time on the history, how we got to the point, but this class hopefully will provide you on a basis for the correct use and application of the provisions of this code. There's, like our other codes, we've got tables, we've got categorizations, we got footnotes. And what I will try to do from time to time as we go through here is give you real world applications, things that I know have happened, things that I experienced in my tenure, 40 years being a code official for a major city. So we'll try to make this, this code application to be realistic as we can. Okay. The other thing that you have to remember about this code, the word incentivize. This code, particularly when we get to the work area method, tries to incentivize owners to keep their buildings up to date. Okay. That it basically says that if you want to do a little bit, okay, we will deal with the little bit of alterations that you want to do without forcing you to bring the whole building into compliance, without forcing you to put all these different systems in that the current code has. Okay, we're going to take this from the start that the building as it sits, the current condition of that building is compliant with codes. It's compliant with the codes under which it was constructed at. It's had its fire inspections, it's had its property maintenance inspections, and so the building as it sits is compliant. That doesn't mean it is in compliance with the most recent 2024 international codes. It's not what we're talking about, okay? So we want to make sure you understand that that's the intent of this. So as it sits, it's legal. Any new work that they're going to do is going to have to comply with the current code as adopted by the local jurisdiction. Okay. Then we'll get the work area method. It's going to tell you, okay, if you do X amount of work, that's fine. You're good. But if you cross a certain threshold, now the code's going to tell you you have to do extra things in order to get that, move that needle of that building closer to compliance with the newer codes. Okay. So that's why we say that we're trying to incentivize people with this code without it being cost prohibitive. Okay. And as we go through there, you're also going to see there's going to be certain things like, well, if they do X amount of work within a certain period of time, like 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, then that's fine, that they have that incremental adjustment, that incremental process to bring the building in further compliance with the most current codes. Okay, so that's kind of what this is all about today. So hopefully by the time we get done today, these are the things that we will have covered and will give you a better understanding of. Okay, the first thing is, I kind of alluded to earlier, is that this code has limitations. And what are those limitations, and how far you as a code official can you go with requiring an owner to update their building to the newer codes? Okay. The main thing about this code, that second bullet, is this code offers alternatives and incentives to hopefully entice these building owners to do more to bring their building closer to compliance with the 24 codes. We're going to talk about the 3 different compliance methods. In chapter 3, it lists 3 different compliance methods. What I'm going to tell you is, in reality, there's actually 5 compliance methods. And when we get to chapter 3, we'll talk about those. We'll talk about the different classifications of work. What we're really talking about there is, when we get to the work area method, there's a level 1, a level 2, and a level 3, and how the code addresses all of those. As you can imagine, we'll talk about fire protection systems, means of egress. When we talk about means of egress, keep in mind means of egress in a lot of circles is classified as the most important provisions of the code. That if you have a problem, you got a fire in the building and you can't get out of the building, bad things happen. And that's kind of been the mantra in our codes going back to the 1800s. Means of egress is the sacred cow in codes. And if you've ever attended a code hearing, you would realize that every year that a large portion of the code changes always address to means of egress to make sure that people can get it out of the building in a safe manner. And we spend a lot of time and with a lot of science on means of egress. Vertical openings. It's one of those areas that we don't think about a lot on existing buildings. But if you go back and you read the history of some of the major fires that had major loss of life, the Coconut Grove fire, for example, the Iroquois Theater fire, where each fire, hundreds of people, 400 or 500 people are dying in one fire event. Okay. And if you read the history of that, you're going to find out that vertical openings was one of the main culprits in that, where you have smoke and heat and fire going right up these vertical shafts, and it's spreading the fire very quickly. So the fire officials are very familiar with how fire spreads. And so that's why vertical openings are so important when we talk about the existing building code. Other areas, interior finishes. Okay, how do you deal with interior finishes? Now, that's one of those areas where the code has requirements that if somebody comes in and they're changing the wallpaper or whatever was on the walls before, now they're changing it out, well, it has to meet all these new requirements. The unfortunate part about that is most jurisdictions do not require permits for that. So that gets a little tedious as far as, well, how do you know they've changed the finishes on the walls or the floor or something of that nature? It kind of gets into the fire inspections. You know, when they go out and they're familiar with the building and they recognize, well, this is a different finish material than was there before. So I need to ask the question about what's the smoke development rating? What's the flame spread requirements on this stuff? Already talked about means of egress, accessibility. Accessibility has become a major part of our codes because of the federal requirements. And for years, we've tried to get the Department of Justice to look at our codes as being deemed equivalent to ADAG and the accessibility laws within the federal realm, if you will. And while we keep trying to do that, they're very slow on taking this latest edition of the code to say, yeah, it's deemed equivalent to what the federal requirements are. They're very slow in doing that. In fact, I think they're still on the 2003 code is the latest one they've done. So structural systems. That's one of those areas that we tend to not worry about because our structural systems, as far as the protection of those structural systems, are based on our construction classifications. They're based on, a lot of it has to do with our occupancy classifications. And a lot of times when somebody's doing a renovation, remodel, alteration, whatever you want to call it, we don't stop and think about, well, since they're changing the occupancy use of this building, or maybe they're changing the construction classification of this building, they have to go back and they have to address the structural aspects for those new classifications. Okay, so those are things that people tend to forget about, and we'll get more into that as we go along. These last two, the compliance alternate tabular method, that's going to be the last thing we're going to talk about today. That's one of those areas a lot of people don't use it because a lot of people are not familiar with it on how it all works. And that's that tabular method where an architect and engineer working for an owner goes in and they evaluate an existing building on the 21 parameters listed in the table there in when we get to that chapter. And they don't seem to want to do that. They just want to use either the prescriptive method or the work area method. And then we'll talk about thresholds that when you cross a certain threshold, it triggers you to do additional stuff. For example, one of the differences between an alteration level 1 and an alteration level 2 is, number one, they are reconstructing, they are moving egress paths around, they are reconfiguring something. Okay. Then when we get from level 2 to a level 3, The difference is that they're reconfiguring more than 50% of the building for a level 3. Well, that's that incremental approach. And the more you go up that incremental ladder, the more safety requirements that are going to be triggered that you're going to have to do. Okay. And so that's kind of what this is all about. And again, we'll get into more detail of that as we go along. So we're going to kind of go through this one pretty quick. Just there's some history here that might be interesting to know, but may not have a big impact on it. This part one, we're going to talk about how things got introduced to building codes. We're going to talk a little bit about the legal aspects, the permitting, conducting inspections, and then chapter 3 is the history, how we got into rehab codes. And so we're going to start with, and some of you, I'm sure, have heard some of this stuff on the history of the codes. We'll talk about code development. I'm going to spend a little time on code development because what we're seeing at the code hearings, what we're seeing as far as people voting on code hearings is that particularly building officials are not participating like they used to. Back in Orlando, back in April, as a moderator, I was there for 10 days. At any given time, when the building code committees and the fire code committees were meeting, there probably wasn't more than 5 building officials in the room at any given time, as opposed to when I first came into this business back in the 80s and the 90s, the room was full of building officials. And they really were aggressive. They were really active on how our codes get written. We're seeing that not so much anymore. Fire guys are still pretty active, but building officials not so much. So that's one of the things that hopefully down the road we can get that turned around. So we'll talk about code development, construction codes, and that'll segue us into existing buildings and how we use the existing building code. So we're going to start with, and I'm sure most of you have already heard this if you've been in this business for very long, that the first set of building codes was Hammurabi. There was 6 rules. Usually when I teach this, people going, okay, yeah, you're making that up. That's not real. It is real. And all of the laws that Hammurabi had 2,000 years ago or whatever it was are etched on a granite cylindrical obelisk. It's about 9 foot tall. It's actually in a museum somewhere in Europe. I don't know exactly where it's at, but it's about 9 foot tall. It's cone shaped. And all of his laws were etched, hieroglyphics or whatever their writing was. I mean, you can't read them if you don't know how to read that stuff. But law 283, 284, 285, there was like 6 of them, were the building construction laws. Now, these were pretty aggressive, and I'm not going to go through all these. You can read them on your screen. And you know, like if the builder built something for an owner and it didn't work and it collapsed and killed somebody, the builder forfeited their life. That's what we call a true performance code, by the way. If you're interested in what a performance code is, didn't really tell you how to build it. It just says if something didn't work, you paid the cost of it. Okay. So then we're going to fast forward to modern building codes. As you would imagine, it wasn't the loss of life or injuries that created building codes. It was the insurance companies who were having losses on the buildings. They were paying out big time money for fire losses. So the insurance companies, the National Board of Underwriters, were the ones that created the first building codes back in the early 1800s. And so we're going to fast forward this to where now we're writing these model codes. Now, the term model code, you need to make sure you understand what that means, because the codes, even today, that we're writing are model codes. And what that means is it's not a one size fits all. What that means is that not everything in the code is perfect for your jurisdiction or how you're going to enforce it. And that's why you have to amend it. Now, it used to be ICC and the codes previous to the model codes previous to that would put out something that you shouldn't be amending the codes. Well, that's not realistic. We have to amend the codes based on geographical conditions and things of that nature. Okay. So this really kind of started in the early 1800s. And then by the 20th century, we had the three model codes, Boca, ICBO, and Southern. Now, they were all kind of different, but at the same time, all three codes had a lot of requirements that were pretty much the same in all the codes. And so, if, just give you a little bit of history, ICBO had a falling out with the UA, which wrote their plumbing code. Well, it got to the point where ICBO come to the other two organizations, said, hey, can you help us write a building code or a plumbing code? And we said, sure. So the actual first internet joint code by the three organizations was the 1996, I believe 1996 or 95 International Plumbing Code. That was the very first one. It was back in the mid 90s. Okay. The first joint building code, the first international building code where we all came together was the 2000 code. I actually served on some of those committees, and that was not an easy task because there was so much ownership on the part of the three model code groups is that, well, we want our provision in there. Well, no, that doesn't work with our provision. And so there was, you have to understand, for us to get that first code together was really, really a miracle, in my opinion. I can't couch it any other way. Okay. Then after we consolidated the codes, then the next step was we consolidated the organizations into the International Code Council, and that was in 2002. Okay. So those codes now are the predominant model codes in the United States. They're adopted in 98% of the jurisdictions in the United States. NFPA has a building code, NFPA 5000. There was a couple cities that had adopted it. Now, my understanding is those two cities now have gone with the international codes. Okay. So this is just kind of how our codes are constructed. Every 3 years, and there's been a lot of talk about, should we go to 5 years, should we go to 6 years, because jurisdictions don't adopt codes every 3 years. That just doesn't happen. But ICC has maintained that we're still going to do it every 3 years. That's our process. And so what we try to do is the codes try to keep up with modern technology, construction technology, newer methods, materials. And the other thing is that federally, in order for our codes to be considered nationally recognized codes and standards, is that they have to comply with what we call the OMB Circular A119. OMB is the Office of Management and Budget, and it's Circular A119. It's a federal government policy that if you are writing laws at the local level, then they have to comply with the standard in order for the federal government to recognize it. Well, the federal government, they wanted building codes as well because they were having problems and they wanted to participate in our process. So there was an agreement that everything we do complies with this OMB Circular A119. And that's going to tell you that it's got to meet all 6 of these things that you see on your screen. It's got to be open. Okay. Anybody can participate. Okay. It has to be transparent. You can't do things behind closed doors. Okay. When you are developing the codes, it has to be an open meeting. Anybody can be there. Anybody can participate. Anybody can testify. Okay. Now, where the glitch kind of comes into this, not everybody can vote on the final action of what goes into the codes. Well, then people say, well, how is that a balance of interest if only code officials can vote on this? Where we get the balance of interest into the whole equation is that our code development committees are made up of 3 different areas: users, producers, users, producers, and manufacturers, people of that nature. So you got the code officials, you got the designers, you got the manufacturers, you got the material organizations. They can all serve on our committees. Okay. So the committees are balanced. That's how ICC gets its foot in the door on meeting the OMB Circular A119. And so the argument is, well, but if only code officials can vote, how does that all work? Well, when you look at it, the number of code changes that actually go out for a vote from, like this year, for example, there's about 1,000 code changes to all of our to this section of codes. And only about 15 to 20% of those will make it actually into the text of the code. On average, that's about how it works. So based on that, and the majority of those are voted in by the committee and not the membership at large. So anyway, that's a long way to get to how we meet the OMB Circular A119. It's a balance of interest. It is a due process. Okay. We have the process is if you want to pull it up, the code development process is Council Policy 28. You can get on ICC's website. You can pull up the council policies. You go to CP 28, and that tells you everything you need to know about how the code process works. The other thing is there is an appeals process. A lot of people don't know about this one. That if you are somebody that feels that the process to develop the code, if there was a code change that you felt went through the process and there was a glitch in the process, you can challenge that to ICC's appeal process. Up until about 3 or 4 years ago, there wasn't hardly any appeals at all. And about 3 or 4 years ago, there was a bunch of appeals on the energy code. There was some things that were going on. People weren't following the process. And there was like 5 different major code changes that people appealed. It went through the appeal process. And for the first time in my career, excuse me, the appeals board voted to overturn those code changes that had gotten approved. Well, then they send their report to the ICC Board of Directors, and then the ICC Board of Directors has the final say. The ICC Board of Directors did vote to overturn those code changes that had been approved at the committee hearings because they had violated the process. Okay, and then all that means that we now have a consensus process. Okay, where are we at here? I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this because this is the old process, how we develop codes. We now have a new process. And here it is. Now, you probably can't see all of this. Again, you can get up on ICC's website and you can pull this up. This process was just implemented this past April. Okay. And this process is intended to be transparent. It's intended to have everybody that wants to be involved can be involved. Okay. If you've ever watched ICC's code process, and hopefully you all have, is that it starts with a committee hearing. Now, the old process, it starts with a committee hearing. You submit your code change. Hopefully you're there to testify. And the committee votes whether to deny it, approve as submitted, or if they want to modify it somehow. Okay. Then after that, it goes to the annual conference for the membership at large to vote on it. It's not a committee vote. It's any members there at large can vote on it. And then after that meeting, it goes out on the website, that on ICC's website, on their code development process, and anybody can vote on it if you are a code official member and you have voting membership status. The difference they added is now there are 2 meetings of the committee before it goes to the membership. So you have the first committee hearing, just like we always have, but then the next, and that's what's going to happen in Long Beach coming up, is now there's going to be another committee hearing to where there was challenges to what was done at the first hearing. Then the committee's going to hear this. Then after that, next April will be the public comment hearings, which anybody that is an active code official member can vote on. So that is the main change. So if you are a voting member, you need to know that, and you need to look at the dates so you'll know when to vote, even if you can't get there. Okay. They have now, you can pull up on the website and you can vote on code changes if you are a registered voting member for your jurisdiction. So you want to check that out. And that online voting process is called the Online Governmental Consensus Vote, the OGCV. All right. Okay, so we're going to skip through some of these. You all know what these codes are. One thing I do want to note is that the International Energy Conservation Code and the International Green Construction Code is no longer being developed in ICC's regular code development process. Those two codes are now being developed under the ICC consensus process. It's a whole different methodology. Those meetings are separate. If you want to know more about those, then you can call ICC and take a look at that. Okay, so let's talk about the existing building code. That's what we're going to do today. Okay. And this is just a little bit of history again. Each of the model codes had their own type of existing building code. There were major differences. And so we decided when we were getting together that this would be the last code that we would jointly develop together. It's like our other codes. It's a comprehensive set of regulations for existing buildings. We started with the technical content from the legacy codes and some other areas like the state of New Jersey had its own existing building code that was very successful. So we used that as part of the documents that we used to create the IEBC. And what this code starts with is there in bold, says the IEBC recognizes previous editions of model codes as well as previous statutes, ordinances of jurisdictions as having an equivalency or baseline to safety. Let's talk about that. Okay. So let's say you're in a jurisdiction, you may have some rural areas. In the state of Kansas, where I'm at, we have a lot of rural areas. When it says jurisdictions as having an equivalency or baseline for safety. So let's say you had a jurisdiction like we do in Kansas, particularly out on our western part of the state, where you have communities that don't have building codes, never had building codes. Now the state has a code that they build something they have to comply with. But back in the 1800s, you got buildings that were built in 1800. There were no codes. Nobody used codes back in the 1800s. But those buildings are still there. They're still being used. And what this code, what the IEBC is going to tell you is that if they were legally constructed, which means even if you didn't have a building code, when they were constructed, were they legal in the jurisdiction at the time? And if the answer was yes, whether they were built to any codes or not, they are a legally operating code, and you cannot go in and tell them, well, you didn't build this under a model code and you got to tear it down and start over. This code says you can't do that. Hopefully it's had fire inspections. Hopefully it's had property maintenance inspections. But that building, if it's 100, 150 years old, is legal. Okay. So that's what we're trying to say with this code is you can't just go in because it's an old building and tell them you got to tear it down and start over. It prohibits you from doing that. What the code does do is encourage you to further update that building to the use and reuse of that building to adequately protect the public health within your jurisdiction. Okay. The other thing is it does not unnecessarily increase construction cost. That's what we're going to get into when we get into the work area method about that incremental approach. Okay. Yeah. And it's part of the regulatory family of codes, as you would imagine. And we already talked about that one. Most existing buildings do not comply with the most currently established codes for new construction. That is correct. If you have a building that's probably more than 5 or 10 years old, it's not going to meet the current codes because if you look at our current codes, they're growing exponentially. If you ever used the old cable 1 and 2 family dwelling code, it was only about an inch thick and it was 5x7 book. Now look at the International Residential Code. It's 9x11. It's 3 inches thick and weighs 20 pounds. So you can about imagine if you have a building that was built under the old cable code, it probably is not going to comply with the new residential code. but that's okay because it was legal at the time it was built. Okay. So this existing building code is just an alternate approach to existing buildings on getting them to comply with current codes as they do renovations, remodels, whatever you want to call them. Okay. And this is something we put in there just to really hit home about what we're talking about. If a building was code compliant when initially constructed, received an occupancy permit, or was legally approved and has been properly maintained, it does not become non-compliant or unsafe just because an alteration, addition, a change of occupancy, or repair is being initiated. Now, that kind of brings together everything we've just talked about for the last couple minutes. Now, there is one thing that you do have to remember. If you have adopted the International Fire Code, in Chapter 11, there are some retroactive requirements in the International Fire Code, such as sprinkler systems in school buildings, things of that nature, that will say if you've adopted that code and you did not amend that out of there, then an existing school building that doesn't have a sprinkler system in has to put one in. Okay. Now, I don't know what jurisdictions you're all in or how you're enforcing that, but you might want to make sure you're in line with your fire code officials on how they're looking at that. Now, I do know a lot of jurisdictions amend that out of the code. Some don't. So you want to make sure that you do know on the fire code, chapter 11, what are they enforcing? So, and again, this is just giving you some history. At a minimum, the current level of compliance is maintained or improved incrementally to meet basic safety levels, and that's what we're talking about. And that's the kind of the whole reasoning behind the existing building code. Okay. So in chapter 3, code provides for 3 main options for the owner designer when dealing with alterations of existing buildings. Okay. It's like 301. And option 1 is the prescriptive compliance method. Now, the prescriptive compliance method is the method that we have had for a number of years before the IEBC was developed. And that was in chapter 34 of the International Building Code, or if you were using BOCA, it was in chapter 34 BOCA. The majority of that did come from BOCA. Okay. So that method basically just, the prescriptive compliance method, it doesn't have any triggers to it. It just says any new work that you're doing has to comply with the most recent code you've adopted within the jurisdiction. Okay. And that is still true in the prescriptive method today. It doesn't have any triggers to say, well, if you go beyond X point, then you got to do more work. That's the work area method. Okay. That is what now the work area compliance method, when you look at it, it is the majority of this code. It is chapter 6 through 12. And that is the main volume of this this building code. Okay. Hold on just a second. Okay. And that's where we get into triggers and thresholds, and we'll talk about that later on. And then we have the performance compliance method. That's the one that not very many people use. That's the one with the 21 parameters that are evaluated by an architect or an engineer, and they give you your report. And if they meet a certain number, then they're okay. If they don't, then they've got some things they have to do to the building. And again, we'll talk about that more later on. Now here, you remember I told you, here it says you got 3 options. Remember I told you, you actually have 5 options that are not mentioned in this slide. So what's my other 2 options? Well, the other option is the exception to 301.3 for alterations only. This exception cannot be applied to an addition, change of occupancy, anything of that nature. Okay. It's only for alterations. And that exception basically says that if you're doing an alteration to an existing building, the work can be done under the code that was adopted at the time the building was originally constructed. So if you had a building that was built under the 1990 Boca Basic Building Code, an owner can come in and they can request that their alteration be done under that code. It's going to be you as the code official has to make a decision on whether you're going to let them do that because you have to approve it. Okay. Now, the other thing about this exception is that if they're adding new structural members, those obviously would have to comply with the new requirements of the IBC. Okay. Does not apply alteration. That exception does not apply to alterations that constitute substantial improvement in flood hazard areas. And the last one does not apply to structural alterations in prescriptive compliance method or the work area method. So structure is the main thing here, that any structure would have to comply with the codes for new construction. Now let's talk about that for a minute. Let's say you have a single family home in your jurisdiction, and now they want to make an office building out of it. Well, if you go to Chapter 16 of the IBC, which is now going to regulate that building, the structural requirements for the loading is different. So how many of you are aware of that would require them to give you a structural evaluation of that old single family home now being made into an office building to comply with Chapter 16 for the loading requirements? That's one of those things that most people don't think about. And we're going to run into some of those as we go along here. Okay. This is the table of contents. And as you go through this, it's pretty much the way things typically flow. You got your administrative compliance definitions, provisions for all compliance methods, and then we're going to get into repairs. Repairs used to be, there used to be a section of repairs in each of the methods. Well, they decided, well, that didn't make any sense, so they made that its own chapter that has to comply, and you have to comply with that chapter regardless of which compliance method you're using. And then we have prescriptive method, Chapter 5, work area method 6 through 12, the performance method, and then you have the relocated buildings, okay, construction safeguards that every one of our codes has that, and then we have the reference standards, and then we have appendices. We're not going to talk about appendices today because that's not part of the code unless you adopt them separately. And you can see we've got the seismic, retrofit, supplementary guidelines for all. So now one of the things I want to mention is that if you look at the appendices in the International Residential Code, it has an appendices, I believe it's AJ, that deals with existing buildings. And it's only 2 or 3 pages, but it has some differences from what's in the existing building code. And one major one that I'll point out later on. Okay. Legal aspects, a lot like our other codes, how you adopt the code, who it grants authority to, how you issue permits, and we're going to talk a little bit about Board of Appeals. So the model code, that's what it is. It's not a one-size-fits-all. It's written so as it can be adopted by local jurisdictions. It tries to meet the OMB circular requirements. And ICC codes are adopted by all levels of government, including the federal government. They adopt some of the building codes. We all know states adopted, such as Virginia, Pennsylvania, California. They have statewide codes. Places like Kansas, where I'm at, we don't have a statewide code, but local governments, the state does say in Kansas, you have to adopt a recognized model code. You can't make up your own. So, and again, this is just a legislative process. It's adopted through the legislation or delegate to a board. So you have to adopt it by ordinance or some sort of legal method. And the main thing about adopting it through legislation or ordinance that requires you to have a public hearing process. So if you're adopting it as a law under the constitutional requirements of this country in most states, is that you have to have an open hearing. You have to send out notices that we're getting ready to adopt this document. Most jurisdictions like Overland Park, we will have reviewed the code about what are the major changes to the code, and we will send that out publicly so they can say, so they know what are the major changes to this code, to give them an opportunity to come in and address whether they like it or they don't like it. And most, if not all, jurisdictions develop amendments to the code. You have to, okay? You look at what's going on in Florida right now with the hurricanes, and you see where buildings have floated off their foundation. Why? Because they don't have frost depths there. The buildings are basically a little bit of a concrete footing underneath it, but for the most part, it's just sitting on the ground. Where in my state, where I'm at, we've got a 3-foot frost depth. You go further north, they got as much as 4-foot frost depth. So again, you have to make those amendments to the code. The codes, all the codes have sample ordinances in the front of them. Now, most jurisdictions don't use those; they use their own because the lawyers are gonna use their own methodology. Now, this second bullet, there's a reason why I put in there no future editions. Okay. Because this actually did happen. I won't mention the state, but there was a state that in their adopting ordinance, this one year they were adopting the new editions of the international codes. They also put a provision in there that they are adopting the 2012 set of international codes and all future editions of that code. That you cannot do because they haven't been written yet. It says future editions. You cannot adopt something that is not written yet. That is constitutionally not acceptable. You have to adopt only something that is written so people can weigh in on it, they can see it, and they have the opportunity to come in and voice their opinion on whether it's a good idea or a bad idea. Similar to that, appendices are not part of the code. And it says right in there that you have to adopt them separately in order for them to be legal. Okay. Now, this last bullet, and this says this in the administrative provisions of the code, that the code official is responsible for assuring substantial compliance. I've talked to a lot of people where they're adopting ordinance or even their occupancy permits. Okay. I've seen occupancy permits that says that the issuance of this occupancy permit signifies compliance with all adopted building and fire codes. Do not print that. Do not print that, because there is no way, based on the volume of our codes, that you can guarantee that every building that is built in your community complies 100% with all the codes that you've adopted. The IRC is what, 1,000 pages? The International Building Code is 800-900 pages. And you're going to sit there and you're going to try and convince me that your inspections, your plan review, everything, you can certify that it meets 100% of those documents. It's not possible. Okay. So that's why in your documentation, it should say substantial compliance. Okay. You don't want to give them 100% guarantee. This is where we get the legality to enforce codes, the U.S. Constitution. Everything we do as enforcement officials comes directly from the United States Constitution. Okay. And that transfers down to the states, and the states have to write a charter to allow you at the local level to enforce laws. And a lot of times, if you're in a lawsuit over the building codes, the first thing the opposing lawyer is going to do is they're going to check with the state to see if they have a charter allowing the local jurisdictions to write their own laws and adopt their own codes. Because if you haven't, it's going to get tossed out. Okay. And that's where the 10th Amendment comes in, that it grants the authority to the states to adopt laws and protect health. These are police powers. So building code people are enforcing police. They're police. They have police powers. Okay. Now we're not carrying guns and billy clubs and fancy cars with, maybe you are. I don't know. I actually do know some jurisdictions, code enforcement officers are armed. So don't want to get into that, but what you do is under the police powers of your state. References, family of international codes, just all of our codes combined. There's about 1,600 reference standards developed by other agencies. We have to use these standards. The difference between a code and a standard. The codes that we have tell you when and where you need to do something. An adopted standard tells you how you have to meet that requirement. So the biggest example is NFPA 13. The code's going to tell you that if you have an A2 occupancy nightclub, it's got more than 100 occupants, you got to put an automatic sprinkler system in the building. Okay, and it's going to reference you to NFPA 13 to tell you how it's got to be put in there. Okay, IEBC, we have 35 separate standards in Chapter 16, and these are part of the code. A lot of people say, well, they're not part of the code. They are part of the code. Okay, that's not like the appendices. They are part of the code. And in all of our codes, it always says if there's a conflict between the code and the standard, the code as written will rule that it trumps what's in the standard. Okay. Let's see. This is just an example of what we're talking about. This is in the standards chapter. And this is, I always tell this when we do the B1 Academy and we're teaching people how to take the certification test, is that if you're looking for a requirement, but you don't know really where it's at, you can always, if it's a sprinkler requirement, well, you can go to the standards chapter and you could look down and see, and it'll tell you the section that these standards are where they're documented, where they're referenced. Okay, so you can, and that's the neat thing about this chapter is if you're looking for something, you can go to the standard and you can see what section of the code it's in. This other one, the IEBC establishes the department. This is in the administrative stuff that everybody's got their own way of doing things. The departments are all called different things. But section 103, I believe in the building code, it's 104, where it establishes the Department of Building Safety. Now, you may just be the building department or the codes department or whatever you want to call it, but you would have to, by ordinance, go in and amend this to what is the name of your department, okay? And then under that, it establishes that the chief executive official, what is their title? My title was code administrator, not code official. I was code administrator because I was also responsible for the enforcement of all the codes, building, fire, residential. I was that administrator, okay? And then 103.3, that gives you the authority to appoint your inspectors, your plans examiners, your permit techs, okay? So this is all the legality of setting up your department. 104 is the duties and powers. This says exactly what the building officials are authorized to do legally. Nowhere in the code, nowhere in there that it says as the building official, I are God and you're going to do whatever I tell you to do and I can make up my own rules. Doesn't say that. It says you have to comply with everything that's in this. You can only interpret, you can adopt policies and procedures, but everything you do, it specifically says, has to be in compliance with intent and purpose of the code. So you have to make sure you know what intent and purpose of each of the code provisions is. And that's the same language that you're going to find in alternative methods, modifications, that anything you do, any decision you make, it has to meet the intent and purpose of the code as written. You cannot waive requirements. That is In the legal aspects we teach, there are 3 areas that we talk about: malfeasance, misfeasance, and nonfeasance. Making up your own requirements, that's one of those feasances. And that is against the law, and that will get you in a lot of trouble. Okay? So you have to make sure that when you make a decision, it's in accordance with the spirit, intent, and purpose of the code. Talks about this last one's the administrative. You can receive applications, you can do plan reviews, issue the permits, so on and so forth. Preliminary meeting. The IEBC is the only code that ICC publishes that has this provision in it. Okay, it's not in any of the other codes. And it's a good idea, because what this says is that if the code official wants to meet with the permit applicant or their contractor, their architect or engineer or whoever about a project on an existing building, they have to come in and talk to you. It's not an option. It's a mandatory law. On the other side of that, if the contractor, the owner, the architect, the engineer call you as a code official and they say, we want to have a meeting with you to talk about this, you got to give them the meeting. You can't say no. Now, I don't know why you'd want to say no anyway, but the code prohibits you from saying no. You got to meet with them. Okay. Now, the only exception it kind of gives you in the language that if it's a repair and alteration level 1, then it's not mandatory. Okay. Much like our other codes, the authority section gives you where things are practical difficulties complying with the code. It allows for modifications that you can do that, but it tells you what you have to base that decision on. It's individual, does not set a precedent for other buildings or other projects. They must apply for the modification. There should be some formal process to where it gets documented. You have to provide information as to how that modification is compliance with the intent of the code. Now, I'm really going to try to drive this home. In the administrative provisions of the code, when we're talking Board of Appeals, when we're talking modification, we're talking alternate methods, when we're talking about the authority, everything you do from an enforcement standpoint has to meet the spirit and intent of the code provision. And what that means is you got to know your stuff. You got to know, why is that provision in the code and what does it mean? If you don't know, you have to find out. Call ICC, talk to one of their technical people, do your research, pull up past code provision, whatever. But you, as the enforcement official, have to understand the spirit and intent of the provisions in the code. If you don't, and you make a bad decision, you can end up in court. And the court is going to ask you that question. So tell me what the spirit of this provision is. What's the intent? If you don't know, you're going to be in trouble. Okay. Alternate materials and methods. This is section 104.11. And this is intended because there's always new stuff coming out. There's always new materials, new provisions. There's always new designs coming out. And so that gets back to the spirit and intent of the provisions of the code, is that does it meet that? And it's not to prohibit any type of new material or design, okay? And again, the language of the code, purpose and intent, there it is again. And you as the code official, you have to document that it meets and it is equivalent to the code. And it lists there quality, strength, effectiveness, fire resistance, durability. You have to document when you're making an alternate decision or you're approving alternate materials, you have to document why you're approving it. You can't just say, yeah, it's okay. Doesn't work that way. Now, having said that, no inspectors, my inspectors were all multidiscipline inspectors, particularly on residential. You know, you go out, the plan said they were using number 2 Doug fir, when in fact they're using number 1 spruce pine and fir. It still works. You don't have to make them submit a new set of drawings. You just document on your inspection report and you go on down the road. Okay. It's easier that way. You're responsible for reviewing any testing information research reports. Let's talk about research reports for a minute. They're all out there. ICC has an evaluation services that moderate these reports and they approve these reports. The thing about these reports that you have to read them. If an architect comes in your office and say, hey, we're going to use this new material and here's the ICC evaluation report on it that says I can use it, you got to read it. It's not a blanket approval. It may have on this material, you can only use it in a type 5B building, less than 3 stories in height. It may have all kinds of provisions that they would have to meet. So you have to make sure you read the evaluation report. Permits, everybody's got their own list of permits. The code has a handful that's in there. The one thing that is missing in there is it doesn't say anything about energy permits. Might want to talk about that one. But this is just a general section on the permitting area that most jurisdictions modify what you require a permit for, whether it's a repair, it's an alteration, you're moving the house, you're changing the occupancy, you're doing electrical, gas, mechanical, any of that work that requires a permit. 105 does have exceptions to that, just like the IBC and the IRC. We should all be familiar with that. So you know, what is a permit? It is the license to build something. Now, I don't like the way this slide is worded. I don't know that you doing your inspections and plan review is where it ensures things are getting done. The permit is kind of the catalyst to do that, that it triggers the rest of what you do. It triggers you to review the plans. It triggers you to go out and do the inspections, okay? As far as does it ensure the safety of the occupants of the building? I don't like the word ensure. It definitely puts you on the right path to make sure the building is in safe manner. Anything that's done without a permit obviously does jeopardize the safety of the community, and it is a legal issue. And if people are doing work without permits, that is where they get shut down. You can get the, usually we'll give them a chance to get the permit, get things straightened out. But if they don't and they keep doing stuff, then that is where it gets to criminal prosecution. Submittal requirements. Again, everybody's got their own methodology. The code says it requires 2 or more sets of construction. It really depends on the size of the jurisdiction. On a brand new commercial project, we required 6 sets. We had the review set, we had the field set, we had the office set, we had the field construction set. We had the planning. We sent a set to the planning department. We sent a set to the public works department. So we were all over the map. People say, well, why did you do that? Well, because we had this system to where when the building department was done and ready to issue the permit, there was no holdup from the public works department or the zoning department, that we were all on the same track. So we'd get ours done, and then they didn't have to wait another month for the planning department to get done. Okay. Does say now that it can be submitted in digital format. A lot of people have gone to that, and you adjust accordingly. Plan review is just that. The plans show the designated work. The thing about plan review, the only thing you're looking for is compliance with the code. It is not looking for good design. That's not our job. It is only looking for whether or not it meets code. Okay. Plans, and plans are very important. And I'm going to just give you one real life story about why plans are important and how you read plans. And this is one thing that can happen. I was actually subpoenaed. They got my name from a friend of mine in Texas that he used to do this type of work, and he was getting older and didn't want to do it. And this was a situation in South Carolina where brand new home, 3-year-old child fell out of a bedroom window, fell 10 to 12 feet, multiple bone fractures, somewhat of a brain injury. Now he survived. He's okay. He's no complications whatsoever after it was all over with. But the issue is that the window in the bedroom did not comply with the code. Well, their argument, the builder's argument was that they were a national builder in the southeastern part of the country. And their argument was that we have built this home all over the southeastern part of the country. The state of South Carolina amended that provision out of their state adoption ordinance, where it says we don't have to meet. And if you're familiar with the code says it was 36 inches and now it's 24. They went back and forth between 36 and 24, but the opening of the window at the time was 36 inches. Well, they built it down, but again, the state of South Carolina amended it. Got a lot of pushback from the home builders in the state, so they amended it out of the code. So the builder's argument was that the state of South Carolina does not require that, and therefore they legally built the home. But one of the things I discovered as a witness was, however, that's what the state of South Carolina said, but the documented plans that were approved for the construction said that it had to comply in total with the 2018 International Residential Code. It did not say as further amended by the state of South Carolina. So legally, regardless of what the amendments were in the state, the builder had to build it exactly 100% according to the International Residential Code, and they didn't do it. And that was a tipping point where the case got settled. It never went to the next level of court. And there was a payout. I don't know what it was, but it was substantial. But that's just one of those things when we talk about permitting and how we document things, is that make sure you document things appropriately. These are inspections that are listed in the code. Most of us have other inspections that we do. As I said, energy is not on there. That's become a big deal where they're adding that in there. So again, just know there's a section, and you would have to amend that section if you're adding additional types of inspections. Flood hazard, we have to get the federal government stuff in there. Documentation is flood elevation, lowest floor openings, things of that nature. Third-party inspections. Again, like our other codes, this code allows for third-party inspections. Has to be an approved agency, which means you, as the enforcement authority, has to approve who the inspectors are and what they're doing. Certificates of occupancy. Okay. The main thing here is that how you write out your certificates of occupancy. I kind of mentioned this earlier, and what they have to have on them. Nowhere in there should it make the statement that the authorization of this guarantees compliance with our codes. Should just say something like substantial compliance, or some, let your lawyers put the fuzzy language in there. This does not give any authority to violate or cancel the code or ordinances. And what that means is that in the code, just because you have a certificate of occupancy doesn't mean that if something got missed in the process that's still a code violation, doesn't make it right. We miss things from time to time. We're not perfect. Okay. And I can't tell you, there was a handful of times where the builder would come in and, the owners would call and say, hey, I don't think this is right. We'd go back. Yeah, that's not right. And the owner said, hey, you gave me an occupancy permit. You can't come back out. Yes, we can, if it is a code violation. Now, it doesn't look good for you as the enforcement official, but your job is to make sure it complies with the code as best you can. So if you come to be aware of something that got missed, you got to address it and you got to deal with it. Not required for COs are not required for work that's exempt from permits. Now, one thing we didn't really talk about, section 503, 504, somewhere in there that has all those listing of things that don't need permits on. However, just because the code says you don't need a permit doesn't mean you don't have to comply with the code. You still have to, the work still has to comply with the code. Just says you don't need a permit. If you become aware that there's a code violation, you got to deal with it. Okay. And the certificate has 12 specific items that it has to have listed on there. I'm not going to go through all of them. Permit number, address, name of owner, contractor, what edition of the code, use and occupancy, type of construction, those types of things all have to be on that occupancy permit. Let's see. Tell you what, we've been going at this. We're going to take a break. I kind of skipped past this. Let's take a 10-minute break. It's 11:20 your time. Let's take a 10-minute break, and then we'll go for another half hour before we break for lunch. Sound good? Please be back promptly at 10:30 or 11:30 your time. Okay, we're going to get started here in just a second. Hopefully everybody's back. Okay. So moving right along, our next thing we're going to talk about is the Board of Appeals. I would assume that either you have, if you have a statewide code, you probably have some sort of state appeals board, or even in some states that have statewide building codes, they allow the appeals to be at the local level. In our state, not having a statewide code provision, we do have a Board of Appeals. And the code puts some general language in there about what a Board of Appeals can do. First, the hearing would have to be requested by someone, architect, engineer, project manager, something associated with a project, or they just wanted an interpretation on the codes. Usually it's architect, engineer, contractor, owner, somebody requests an appeal before your board. And the code official can also request an appeals hearing if so desired. The board is usually made up of some level of professionals from the construction industry. They're appointed by an ordinance at the local authority. For example, we had 5 board members with 3 alternates, so we had 8. Our ordinance specifically said what their backgrounds had to be. We needed at least 1 architect. We needed 1 engineer, preferably structural engineer. We had a mechanical plumbing person. We had a home builder. We had a commercial builder, so on and so forth. So you want people that are recognized in the industry. Now, one of the problems our mayor always appointed the members to the board, usually as some sort of political favor or something of that nature. The only problem we ever ran into is that the mayor called me and he wanted to appoint this friend of his, but the problem was he was a landscape architect. Well, in our ordinance, it specifically identified when it said architect as licensed by the state of Kansas. Well, when you look at your licensure laws in the state, an architect license is different than a landscape architect license. So that person did not meet the requirements of the ordinance or the state as far as being a person who could evaluate building code stuff. So we kind of didn't put him on the board. But again, these people are appointed by the mayor. They usually have the term limits or whatever. They kind of, offset them. So we always got some experience on there. So what can the board do? Well, there's 3 things your Board of Appeals can do. They can hear an appeal, which all that means is they disagree with the code official or the inspector or whoever. They disagree with how you're interpreting a provision of the code. And they're going to challenge you on exactly how you're interpreting it, which means you're going to have to do some homework. Have to pull up the old code change hearings, get ICC, one of their experts, to give you something in writing. If you want a formal interpretation from ICC, that takes about 6 months to get that. An informal interpretation takes probably a day or 2. A variance is different than an appeal in that it's an alternative that has come from the designers, the architect, the engineers, the owner, whoever, that they think that this alternative meets the spirit and intent of the code. But the code official has denied it, saying, well, we don't think it meets the spirit and intent of the code. Well, that's going to go to the Board of Appeals, and they're going to evaluate it, and they're going to listen to the arguments, and then they'll render a decision on it. And then the last one, the code does not apply. Now, that one, I've never had that one happen before. That one's kind of one of those that I think the code applies to everybody. That would be an interesting appeal. So now the thing about an appeals board, I want to make sure you understand who an appeals board is. So they render a decision and it's not favorable to the building department and the building official takes exception to it. What can they do? Well, whether it's the building official doesn't like the decision or the applicant for the variance doesn't like the decision, either party can challenge it and they can go to the next level. They can request another hearing or they go to the next level. So the next level would be a district court, a full district court, because a board of appeals is classified as a quasi-judicial board. So the word judicial obviously puts it into that judiciary path. So their next level would be a district court with a judge. If they don't like that decision, they can still go to the state appeals court and they can keep taking that all the way to if you got $2 million in your pocket, you can take it all the way to the Supreme Court of the United States. So the point of this is an appeals board is in the judiciary system. Okay. And usually a board of appeals for construction is a little bit different than a zoning appeals board. They hear different things. Zoning appeals board usually has very specific requirements at the state level versus a board of appeals. So make sure you understand. So when you have a board of appeals system, you make sure you're coordinating that with your legal counsel as to the do's and the don'ts, what you can do, what you can't do, because you can get in trouble if you don't. Got a lot of new definitions. You see down the left side, new or amended definitions, other definitions on the right side. Again, there's a lot of them. I'm not going to go through all of this. They keep messing with the definition, change of occupancy, change of use. Pretty much means the same thing. They're just wording it differently. They put a dangerous in there to make sure, because people were throwing that word around all the time. So they thought they needed to put a definition in there. Other definitions that have been in there for some time, the ones that you really need to pay attention to is the substantial damage, substantial improvement, substantial structural damage. When you see those words in there, that is getting you into the floodplain areas. Okay. And those have definitions in the code that are pretty similar to the definitions of FEMA and the federal government. Technically infeasible, that deals with accessibility, and people throw that around all the time as to what that means. You have to make sure, and the definition under ADAG is kind of a loose definition. It's not as specific as it could be. So that's another one of those ones that if you have somebody that's an expert on ADA or accessibility stuff, you might want to make sure you coordinate how you enforce that with them. Work area, that one is we'll talk about that one. We'll get to that definition. That one is they keep trying to fix it, but the more they fix it, the worse it gets. So we'll talk about that later on when we get to the work area method. This just gives you the history of how we got to where we're at. I'm not going to go through all of this. As I said earlier, when we developed this code, it was the model codes. We got some stuff from the state of New Jersey, Article 32 of the Massachusetts Building Code, so on and so forth, that they brought all those together and they went through all of them and they took the best of the best. And that was the initial existing building code. And they used the philosophy from the state of New Jersey about this code, about these three things about timeliness. You know, can these be reviewed and done in a timely manner? Predictability, dealt with due process, so where there would be no surprises. So there was specific requirements that you couldn't make up your own rules. And then was it reasonable? And that was kind of the main thing about provide a reasonable level of safety without having to tear the whole building down and starting over. And that was kind of the main mentality that went into this. And we already talked a little bit about that. The other part of this is that HUD was involved in it, as well as NARP, that's Nationally Applicable Recognized Rehab Provisions. And so those provisions were combined into the mix as well. Okay, so they took that into account when they were creating the code. And so this gets us into what is the intent of all this? Okay, well, first of all, to clarify, well, what are the requirements when you have different types of work is being performed? Okay, and then is it being initiated voluntarily by the owner or due to enforcement? Okay, so which one, enforcement is probably more of an aggressive type of situation because there's a safety issue where if it's voluntary by the owner, they're just trying to upgrade the building, trying to make it newer, trying to increase the value of the building, so on and so forth. Okay. And then we already talked about the proportionality of it with the additional improvements, and we'll talk more about that when we get to the work area method. And they kind of redid the whole term alteration. They expanded it. Okay. And here's what they did. Now, hopefully you can see this. On the right side is what NARP had. That was their approach. And if you look in the appendices that under the residential code, Appendix AJ, this is what you're going to see is this NARP proposed approach. Okay. And what the IEBC did is they took it to where renovation, alteration, reconstruction is all kind of the same thing. They're alterations, but they're different level of alterations. Okay. And so that's how they kind of couched all this. And this is how it all came out. It really comes down to potato, whatever you want to call it. The authors of this book thought it made more sense to call it just different levels of alteration to get the language to where it was consistent across the United States. And we're going to break these down here in a minute about what they all mean. Now, the other thing you have to remember, we've talked about this, is this, when you get to the work area method, this is a proportional approach. What do I mean by that? Well, you see on that graph there, the purple is alteration level 1, and that's chapter 7. So that's where we start. Alteration level 1, I can have throughout the entire building. It does not have any area limitations like the other two do. And that is, I always say it's just a facelift. They're replacing carpet, they're putting stuff on the walls. They might be improving accessibility without reconfiguring a lot of stuff. Things of that nature. Now, we are going to get into some structural issues when alteration level 1. Then we go to level 2. Now we're reconfiguring things. We're reconfiguring mechanical systems. We're reconfiguring path of travel. We're moving walls around, things of that nature. Now, the thing you have to know when you get to level 2, not only do you have to comply with chapter 8, but you also still have to comply with the level 7 or level 1 in chapter 7. That is incremental. And the same thing, we get to level 3, which now I'm reconfiguring more than 50% of the building, which means I have to comply. All the work has to comply with all 3 chapters. Okay. That's the incremental approach. That is proportional approach. Okay. All right. So let's get into some general requirements here. And this is this is just kind of a general look. We're going to get more detailed as we go along on some of this. Some of the essentials and compliance alternatives. The IEBC is used only for buildings or portions thereof that have been previously used for its intended purpose. Now let's talk about this one because this gets confusing. You can only use this code for buildings or portions that have been previously used for its intended purpose. If you change the occupancy use, a whole different ballgame. Okay. At some point, the building had to be used, had to be occupied. So now let's think about where you have a high-rise office building and it's got the general permit for the superstructure, and then they're going to issue individual permits for different tenants. And so let's say the building's 5 years old and there's been 2 or 3 floors that's never been occupied. Okay. That would still be new construction. Okay. Now the superstructure, the sprinkler systems and all that, that's existing, and those should be up and running. So this gets a little interesting on how you're going to look at this. Okay. Now, again, the fundamental premise of this is that the building still has to be in compliance with the fire code and property maintenance code, regardless of how old it is. Those are the maintenance requirements. So the fire inspectors, the property maintenance inspectors, they're still going to tell them they have to comply with the latest edition of the codes that they've adopted for property maintenance in the fire code, particularly chapter 11 of the fire code that we already mentioned. Okay. Now, here's the other thing. If you have a standing violation or it's an existing violation of these maintenance codes, legally you cannot hold up giving them a permit for new construction under the IEBC. That's against the law. You can't do that because it's 2 separate things. Okay. And those have to be handled separately because they're different codes, number one. Excuse me. Some of the general considerations, your structural, is going to be more detailed. In fact, because most jurisdictions stay away from the structural issues. And we already mentioned that structural requirements are based on occupancy. In our codes, changing occupancy, you got different structural requirements. And that gets kind of interesting on how you deal with that. Now, level 1 has no specific requirements for fire protection and means of egress other than it says whatever the level of safety is in the building, it has to be maintained. Okay. Now, to the other side of the spectrum, level 1 has substantial provisions dealing with structural and re-roofing. Why they picked out re-roofing, I don't know, but there is a lot of information on re-roofing in level 1 alteration. And this is what we said earlier about one of our 5 options is you can always use the codes for new construction. Now, this says only the IBC, but it could say IRC as well. So that's the option. You can always do an alteration, addition, whatever under the IBC or the IRC if the client chooses to do that. And again, we've already talked about this one. When you use this option, the client, the applicant, has to tell you what was the original construction, which code are they wanting to use, and you would have to go back into your records, hopefully if you have any on the building. It may be sold, you don't even have any records, you would have to determine that. Even though you can still use the old code, you still have to comply with the fire code and property maintenance code. Okay. Any new work has to comply with the IBC or the IRC. Okay. And we talked about this one. Historical structures, 307, 716. It when dealing with alterations, change of occupancy, the question, and you would have to get this from a professional who understands historical issues, would have to give you something about if the work they're doing does or does not threaten or destroy the historical significance of the facility. Okay. And this one talks about accessible routes. Okay. To entrances, toilets, alternatives granted, whatever, because keep in mind, even though it's historical, it still has to meet a certain degree of accessibility. Okay. But they would have to tell you if this is a historical building. And we're going to talk about, well, how do you know it's historical? Well, it's going to have something in writing on the building from the federal government or the state There's going to have to be a statute or an ordinance or something from the state or the Fed saying we deem this historical, and you would have to ask for that documentation. A lot of people don't realize you can also deem a building historical at the local level. But your city council, your governance body, whatever, would have to create a statute or ordinance identifying the building as being historical and why. And then when we get to the chapter 12, that's a whole chapter on historical buildings. We won't spend a lot of time on that because there's not a lot in there. We already talked about the three options. We talked about the exception. Now, a lot of people say, well, excuse me. A lot of people ask, so what methodology do I use? Do I use scripting method? Do I use work area method? Do I use the performance method? Which one do I use? Well, there really is no methodology to give you any direction on, and but we are going to kind of give you this information here that might help you. If the building is fairly new, it's going to be prescriptive, because it should be pretty close to meeting the codes for new construction. I will tell you that the majority of people that use the existing building code, the clients, the architects, the engineers, the owners, the majority of them use the prescriptive method because it's easier. It's easier to understand. It's easier to comply with. And so that's what most people use. Now, I do know some jurisdictions that they want to see quicker updates to existing buildings. So I know some jurisdictions have attempted to get rid of the prescriptive method by ordinance and just say, well, the only two options you have is the work area method or the performance method. That's all you got. I don't think those have been very successful. I know the state of Virginia was trying to do that, and I don't know if they got that through or not. So if the proposed work is limited to specific areas of the building and there are items that are not in compliance, then the work area method may be your best approach because it's incremental, maybe more appropriate. That is one of the things you want to discuss with the building owners and how they want to proceed with this. And it more prescriptively identifies what extent of the building must comply with the codes for new construction. And then if there's significant areas that do not comply, so what really they're talking about much older buildings, then the performance method may be desirable because it's going to be a little bit more lenient on what they have to do as far as the point system. And here's the other thing. Whatever decision is made as to what method they want to use, it's not the code official's decision. Now you can try to head them down a certain path, but ultimately, because they're going to come to you for information about how the code works and what's the best method, and we just kind of talked about the best methodology, but ultimately it is the owner's choice. Now, the second bullet is critical, is that they can't use various methods. They can't come in and say, well, on this portion of the building, I want to use alteration level 1. On this method, I want to use prescriptive method. You got to use the work area method, or you got to use you can't mix and match. Okay. Now, having said that, what you can do is, if let's say you're an alternate, you're using a work area method and you're using level 2, but there's something kind of in the prescriptive method that you kind of wanted to use. You can always come under alternate methods. You can maybe bring it through as an alternate method. I want to use this over here. That's kind of a backdoor way to do it, but that could be done that way. This just tells you there's sections on each of these in chapter 3. And remember, chapter 3 is not specific to prescriptive method or work area method, or it is just, these are general mandatory requirements. And it's got bleachers, grandstands. It's going to refer you ICC 300. The 302.2 talks about any of this alterations, repairs, additions, change of occupancy. You have to comply with the IEBC or other ICC codes respectively. So this gives you an option right there that says if you don't want to use the IEBC, you got to use one of the other codes, okay, depending on its occupancy. And what you're going to see in this presentation now is the new NFPA 99 for healthcare. Okay, prior to the 21, that standard was not finished, so it did not get in to the 2018. They did finish the standard, it is out there now, so it is now included in all of the codes, and that is NFPA 99. Storm shelters. This one is this is just kind of optional to the building owners. It's not triggered by any change of occupancy or alterations. It is required if you're doing an addition to occupancies where you have occupant load more than 50. So if I'm just doing an alteration, it's not really triggered. Okay. In addition, if it's an area with shelter design speed for tornadoes is greater than 250 miles per hour, then they would have to comply with the ICC 500. Okay. And again, this is a voluntary thing. Now, there's some exceptions to that. If you have a Group E daycare facility, Group E accessory to places of worship, things of that nature. And the other one they've got is if approved by the code official, that would be you all. The required occupancy capacity of the shelter can be permitted to be reduced by the occupancy capacity of any existing short shelter on site. So that gives you an option. So now we're going to get into some structural provisions. I've only got about 3 minutes left before we break for lunch. I don't know if I can get through all of this, but the structural provisions for additions or alterations, those are going to happen regardless of what compliance option you have. Again, that's why it's in Chapter 3. So any work that you're doing, the snow loads would have to comply with ASCE 7 for the snow loads. It's going to reference you to ASCE 7 and ASCE 41 for Tier 3, where you have specific projects trigger compliance with seismic forces, and there's a reference table. That's what ASCE 41 does. It's a seismic evaluation retrofit of existing buildings. And these are some tables. This is where your engineers are going to have to get involved. If you're not familiar with this, there's a couple tables here. This one is performance objectives for use in ASCE 41 for compliance with full seismic forces. You're going to have to know the risk category from the International Building Code under Chapter 16. Then this second column is the structural performance level for use with a BSE-1N earthquake hazard. Okay. And the last one, the third column is your BSE-2N earthquake hazard. And if you want to know what those are, you're going to have to look up the seismic control requirements on that for collapse prevention. Notice it talks in here, you got S3s, S2s, S1s. And there are sections in the code to interpolate values for S2 and S4 respectively. But again, this all comes out of ASCE 7. So hopefully you've got that standard in your library that you can reference. It's also going to talk about if you're in an area where you can have reduced seismic forces are allowed. Keep in mind, Chapter 16 of the Building Code allows for reduced seismic forces depending on certain situations of the IBC's prescribed forces. You can always adopt IEBC Appendix A, A1 through A5. That's all the seismic design requirements if you're in a seismic area. That is a lot of information in those appendices on how to construct things for renovations, alterations, additions. Okay. And you know that IEBC Appendix A prescriptive provisions for seismic strengthening. That includes cripple walls and sill plate anchorage of light wood frame residential buildings. Those are the two main categories in there on how to anchor those. You have another table in here under structural provisions, under Chapter 3 on the performance objectives that are used in ASCE 41. Again, I'm not going to go through all those. They're similar to the table we just looked at, based on risk category out of the IEBC. And then we have accessibility. I think maybe that's a good place to stop at this point. For lunch, I've got be 12 o'clock your time out on the East Coast. So my understanding, we have a half hour for lunch. I don't want to get into your lunchtime. So we will start back up at promptly at 12:30. And then we will go to, my understanding is to 4 o'clock this afternoon, but we will take some breaks this afternoon. So enjoy your lunch, get something to eat, and we will come back and we will start up at 12:30. And we're going to get started here in a couple minutes. Hopefully everybody's coming back. Okay. We'll start out with if anybody have any questions so far, you can open up your mics if you have any questions on things we've discussed to date or to this time. Anybody? You have to punch on your microphone because it's probably muted. Okay, quiet group. One more chance. Any questions so far what we've covered? Thought I heard somebody.
I got my hand up. Ann Cosmall.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ann. I didn't. Oh, there you are. Go ahead.
It's okay. Really quick, I may have missed it because I just may have missed it. In this arena, when particularly regarding, if you could go back over matters related to flood plans and foundation systems, if a floodplain classification type changes and an existing building no longer has an adequate foundation system, could you go back over that one more time? I just want to make sure that's ironed down in my head. Thanks.
Well,
particularly when it goes from, like a setting when there is no wave action to wave action, for example.
well, and again, I think the feds may have a different opinion on this, but under our code, under the existing building code, if they've changed the elevation, the building as it sits is existing, and it wouldn't, at least from our building code, would not require any action. Okay. But if the owner ever chooses to do an alteration or an addition, then that gets into the definition of, is what they're doing, does it exceed 50% of the value of the building? If it does, they would have to raise it up above the flood elevation before they could do any work to that building whatsoever. That's what our code would say. Now, again, feds may have a different perspective on that, but the IEBC would not require them to do anything immediately or retroactively to bring it up out of the to get it above that flood elevation.
Cool. And I'm thinking too, and this may not be, this may not have a wide application, but it's not only the elevation, but some of the foundation systems may not be acceptable at all. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Right.
Because of the, particularly when it moves from a non-wave action to a wave action. But anyway, that's very helpful. I appreciate that.
Yeah, the only other way you could maybe get at that, if the foundation has some level of deterioration to where you could get it under unsafe structures.
Right.
But if the foundation's intact, it's existing, any existing structure, it's, as long as it's safe, it's been properly maintained, there's not a whole lot you can do with it.
Right. Right.
So good question.
Okay.
Good question. I've been doing this
Oh,
for
I only know
years.
this from because of interfacing with ASCE, and there are people who within that different guidance and standards that they work on,
Sure.
that this topic is of concern.
Right. And you know, I've been doing this class for a lot of years. I've never had that question asked before. That's a good question. I'm gonna have to remember that one. Good question.
Because things are changing.
Oh yeah, just go to the code hearings. Things are changing
Yeah.
all the time. Okay, good question. Thank you very much. Okay, let's talk about accessibility. We're still in chapter 3. And that's where all the accessibility is now. Before it was scattered over many chapters, and they put it all in chapter 3. And so the baseline requirement is that whatever level of accessibility the building has, you can't reduce it. Okay. It may not be in total compliance with ADAG or the latest edition of the building code that you're on, but that's okay. Okay. Now, when we talk about accessibility, let's don't get our codes mixed up with what the federal government's going to tell them, because the federal government's going to tell them, particularly on a commercial building, you got to bring it, you got to bring it in compliance with ADAG. Our codes don't really do that. Our codes trigger accessibility based on if they're doing any work, if they're remodeling, if they're doing any alterations or change of occupancy or something of that nature. Okay, so that's what 306.4 says. It's not the intent of the IEBC to require more accessibility than is required for new buildings. And again, to get to that point, it is a gradual update of the building as they get permits. So when we're talking about accessibility and they're changing the occupancy, then it's going to tell you got to comply with section 306.7. And that's going to get us into, well, are the alterations that you're doing on a change of occupancy, are they containing or impacting a primary function area for those alterations? Okay. If that's the case, then you will need to provide an accessible route. Okay. That's going to be retroactive, and at least one accessible route from the building entrance to the primary function areas. Okay. And again, this is only with a change of occupancy. You'll need the signage. You're going to have to do all this in accordance with section 1111 of the building code. If they have parking, you'll have to provide accessible parking. You're going to need at least one loading zone and at least one accessible route connecting the accessible parking and the loading zones to an accessible entrance. And again, that's only triggered if you're changing the occupancy. Okay. Accessibility as it relates to additions, the new addition would have to comply in total with the building code for new construction. Okay. If the addition impacts an area of primary function, such as your accessibility, your path of accessibility, then you're going to have to alter that primary route to that primary function to be accessible. And that's going to kick you back to section 306.7.1 or forward to 306.7.1. Now, scoping for alterations, this is where it gets a little interesting, is that the IEBC is only going to talk about these areas. Okay. Now we're not going to talk about all of them, but what this is saying is if you are doing an alteration to any of these areas, you would have to increase the accessibility in accordance with the building code for new construction. Now, some of the ones that stand out to me that I had experience with, jury boxes and witness stands. City of Overland Park built brand new building, new police station, had all the courtrooms, everything. And in the courtrooms, as you would imagine, a brand new courtroom would have all the trappings of the courts, got hardwood paneling, spent a lot of money on these court areas and stuff like that. Well, when we go in to do the inspections, there was no accessible path to get to the witness stands. And you're like, okay, well, you got to provide that. Well, everybody's pointing fingers. The contractor's pointing fingers. The subcontractor saying, well, it wasn't on our plans. And you know how those things go. And what happened is they ended up having to tear one half of that entire courtroom apart to get those ramps in there to get to the witness stand. The other one that a lot of people forget about is fuel dispensers. How many of you that and you know, gas stations are always doing this, these fuel facilities that, you know, they got new technology, so they're taking the old fuel dispenser out and they're putting a new one in. Every time they do that, that is an alteration. That alteration would trigger that those fuel dispensers now have to be made accessible. So if you're issuing permits for these guys putting these fuel dispensers in, you have to also look at how are they going to make sure that they are accessible fuel dispensers. And again, there's like a bunch of these. There's 15 separate areas here, and each one of these has a section on it in 306.7. So you'd have to read each of those sections as to what those thresholds are for those areas. Any alteration that you're doing, the actual new construction work would have to comply with Chapter 11 of the Building Code and the reference standard, ICC 117.1, unless technically infeasible. Now, every time we mention technically infeasible, the question comes up, well, what exactly does that mean? Well, if you look at the federal documents, the one sure one is that if they're doing any structural changes, they're moving walls like a bathroom, for example. If they're putting new stalls in, those would have to be made accessible. Okay. If they're if you can't get a wheelchair in there, that's technically infeasible. So structural issues are automatic. But then the standard also goes on to say, or other areas, but it doesn't go into a lot of detail. Okay. So our code, and again, don't get this mixed up with the federal requirements. Our code's going to say that if you deem it technically infeasible, then they would have to make alterations to the extent they can to make it comply with the accessibility requirements of the code. Now, doing work in a primary function area, you have to maintain the primary route. So you cannot alter that. Now, there are exceptions. You see these, the cost not required to exceed to 20%, alterations to windows, doors, MEP systems, fire protection systems. The IEBC has, throughout the book, says if you are doing alterations for the sole purpose of increasing accessibility to the facility, it does not trigger any additional work like a normal alteration would under the code. Okay. Alternate areas limited to type B and sleeping units. So these are all exceptions. Now, let's talk about that first one. Make sure everybody understands that, because a lot of people seem to get that wrong. So under ADAG, and that's where this all comes from, is that the costs are not required to exceed 20% of the cost of the alterations. Well, 20%, okay, it's not, so if you have a $100,000 project, it's not that you have to spend $80,000 on the project and now $20,000 has to be spent on bringing the facility up to accessibility. That's not what it means. It means if you have a $100,000 project, you have to spend an additional $20,000 to make the facility more accessible. So just kind of a side note on how that all works. Can anybody explain to me, you can open up your mics, what's the difference between a type A unit and a type B unit is? Anybody want to take a shot at that? Okay.
Yes,
Go ahead.
I can. Yeah, I'm going to say the difference between type A and type B are in one is currently accessible and the other is designed to be made accessible at some future date. That was my understanding as a building inspector.
And you're spot on target. That is exactly right. A type A unit is already fully accessible. So when you're doing alterations, you have to maintain that accessibility. A type B unit is what they call adaptable. That means it's not fully accessible, but when it was built, they did certain things that at any point in time it could be made accessible. For example, let's take a bathroom. An adaptable bathroom doesn't have the grab bars on each side of the toilet, but inside the wall, they've got the framing inside the wall that if any time it needs to be made accessible, they could attach the grab bars to it. That's adaptable. So that's the biggest difference where it talks about type A and type B units. Okay. Smoke alarms required to be provided throughout all existing buildings in accordance with the fire code and the IRC. Keep in mind, those have retroactive requirements that regardless of what you're doing, those smoke detectors should already be there. Now, just FYI, okay, one of the things that has changed in the 2018 code or the 2015 code, there was a provision that said, well, if you were putting an addition on to a 1 and 2 family dwelling, that if because of the framing you could not interconnect the existing detectors to the new detectors, you didn't have to interconnect them. That has now been taken out of the code because we now have these wireless detectors and there is no reason why you cannot interconnect them. So just FYI, that variance for not interconnecting them is gone. And the same way with carbon monoxide detectors, okay? And again, these detection devices have to be installed in accordance with the residential code, the fire code, and for I1 occupancies on the smoke alarms. The carbon monoxide is required throughout the existing buildings per the fire code and section 315 of the IRC. And that is when alterations, additions, and change of occupancy are made to I1, I2, I4, and all R occupancies. Now, the exceptions, and these make sense. First exception is that the work is only exterior surfaces of buildings, replacement of windows, or additions of deck or porches. Second exception, that alterations or repairs for MEP stuff, fuel burning appliances, so on and so forth. And the last one is if the alteration you're doing is just a level 1. Those would get you out of providing these detectors. Additions, replacements for exterior wall coverings, exterior wall envelopes. Again, this is one of those things where most people don't regulate this. They don't have inspections on this as far as wall coverings, exterior wall envelopes. Any alterations, additions, repairs, relocation of structure, changes of occupancies, this would trigger the coverings and exterior wall envelopes to comply with the codes for new construction, regardless of the compliance method. And those materials and methods have to comply. This is chapter 14 and 26 of the IBC, but also chapter 3 of the IRC has requirements for flame spread, smoke development ratings, things as well. Exterior wall coverings, the trigger for that is if the exterior wall envelopes being replaced or added includes more than 2 stories and more than 15% of the total wall area on any one side. So that would be all inclusive. Okay. So let's talk about the prescriptive work area method. Just a few slides on this. Again, this is the easy one, the compliance method. The work you're doing has to comply with the codes for new construction. This one was not originally included in any rehab codes, was originally chapter 34 of the IBC. This was not coordinated with the work area compliance method. And again, the biggest difference in this is there are no triggers for additional work in the prescriptive method as there are in the work area compliance method, okay? And the majority of people using the code use the prescriptive method. The prescriptive method only covers these 6 areas, okay? Basically, it says additions, you have to comply, they have to comply with the codes for new construction where they attach to the building. They cannot put the building in non-compliance. So if they interrupt the means of egress out of the existing building, that would be a problem. The other thing about additions that people do not remember to look at is you have to go back and check the file if that original building was built under previous edition of a code and that building was granted area increases due to open perimeter. Now you have to go back and you have to reevaluate the open perimeter if you're putting an addition onto it. Because what my experience has been, 50% of the time, the addition is putting the existing building in non-compliance from when it was originally approved. And a lot of people don't remember to do that when they're putting an addition on. It still has to meet the open perimeter requirements if it had trade-offs for that. Okay, so you have to remember to do that. And that's section 502. Alteration, section 503, much like we've already talked about. They got a section on fire escapes. Now, there's a section on fire escapes for prescriptive method, and there is also one when we get to the alteration level 2. Now, what this is going to tell you, the codes for new construction basically say that you cannot put a fire escape on a new building, period, in a discussion. But then when we did the existing building code, they said, well, but on an existing building, they may be advantageous based on how the building is laid out. So number one, if you have an existing fire escape, okay, you can use it as long as it meets certain requirements. Okay. As far as how you access it, it says, well, you can access the fire escape from a window. It has to have certain dimensions on it, the rise and tread, the width. It has to be protected from ice accumulation. And here's the other thing, is that these fire escapes per the code have to extend all the way to grade. You know, you see these movies all the time where they reach up with an umbrella or they jump up and they pull the ladder down. Those are not compliant. Okay. Those would have to be all the way to grade. Okay. And the thing about fire escapes, the other part of this is that you can only use a fire escape for egress if an exterior stairway cannot be installed. Okay. And chapter 10, there's requirements for an exterior egress stairway. It's got all kinds of requirements attached to the building. It's got a roof over it, things of that nature. Now, so if you have enough property from your property line where you can put an exterior stairway in, you can't let them use a fire escape. Okay. Unless it's an existing fire escape. They cannot add a new one. If you don't have enough property to put an exterior stairway in, then a new fire escape can be allowed as long as it meets the performance criteria within the code. Okay. Section 50, yes.
Hey,
Whoa.
hold on.
Okay, you got quite a bit of echo.
If you have a historical structure, and the fire escape has been deemed that it needs to be kind of repaired, replaced, does that kick you into the new code requirements?
No. That would come under repairs. And usually in repairs, you can pretty much put it back like it was. And the other thing, if it is historical and if they got an ordinance declaring that building is historical, you can pretty much put it back like it was upon the repairs. Okay. Now, the key to that is you got to make sure they've got other egress out of the building other than just that fire escape. And that would be the question. But again, if it's deemed a historical structure, it has certain protections, and we'll get to that when we get to chapter 12. Okay. That answer your question? Okay. Window and emergency escape openings, section 505. This is one that says that you have to have these if an emergency escape and rescue opening would be required by the IRC or the IBC. The issue here is that if you have an existing window that doesn't meet those opening dimensions for new construction, you can still use that window provided it meets the opening, the framed opening, whatever it is. You can find a window the largest size possible to fit that opening without tearing up the framing. It allows you to do that. The manufacturer's largest window that will fit into that opening. Okay, it does. I mean, that's the key to the window, the emergency escape and rescue openings, and we're gonna look at that later down the line as well. Okay. They also would have to meet the glazing requirements, the safety glazing requirements. Change of occupancy. This is where the prescriptive method leaves it up to the code official to determine what the change of occupancy is and whether it is a less hazardous new occupancy or a more hazardous occupancy. If it's more hazardous, then the building official has to make them comply with certain requirements. Now, the difference between this section and chapter 10 for the work area method on change of occupancy is chapter 10 gives you 3 different tables that gives you specific direction on, is it a more hazardous occupancy or less hazardous? Okay. Chapter 5 doesn't do that. It leaves it strictly up to the opinion of the code official. And then I'm not going to get into historical buildings on section 507 because a lot of that is the same as when we get to chapter 12. So on the prescriptive compliance method for additions, the addition in and of itself has to comply with the codes for new construction. But you have to look at where it connects to the existing building. And where it connects, if you have existing structural elements carrying gravity loads, and you're going to increase that design dead, live, or snow load of more than 5%, now the structure has to comply with the requirements for the International Building Code. So they would have, the structural engineer or the architect or somebody is going to have to give you the information as to, is that addition applying additional load to that existing structure, and how much is it? Now, if they build it to where the addition is structurally independent, then those structural elements can remain unaltered. Okay. Additions to existing buildings in R1, and all our occupancies are I1 occupancies. Smoke alarms have to be provided within the existing building in accordance with the fire code of the IRC. Okay. So any addition, you're going to have to check the existing building to see if they have those smoke alarms that comply with the fire code or the residential code. And then on carbon monoxide alarms, all our occupancies, I1, I2, or I4, those have to be provided in accordance with the fire code and the IRC. And again, exceptions to these detection requirements is that the work just involves exterior services or the alterations or repairs deal with MEP systems. Again, the work that you're doing has to comply with the codes for new construction. And that's the same when we get to the work area method. Any new work, so you're building new walls, whatever, that would have to comply with the IRC or the IEBC based on the type of construction. Now, they say the question is, to what extent does the alteration need to comply with the IEBC? Well, that's more of a question for the work area method. In the prescriptive compliance method, only the work that you're doing is what you have to be concerned with. And that's going to be determined. You're going to have to know what's the occupant use of the building, what's the construction classification of the building. That is the, keep in mind that all of our codes, the requirements for all of our codes, regardless of what code you're in, are triggered by one of 3 things. Either occupancy group, construction classification, or your height and area requirements. Okay. Everything in our codes are based on one of those three items. So what this is saying is that if you're doing an alteration, to what extent does that alteration need to comply with the IBC? Well, if the alteration is all this new construction, the new construction would have to comply with that, the walls, the actual construction. Okay. If it's an addition without a firewall, now it has to comply with the height and area requirements. Same way with change of occupancy. Okay. When you change the occupancy, all bets are off on that. And we'll talk about that more in depth when we get to chapter 10. And again, the work area method is a little bit more strategic and has a few more requirements than the prescriptive method. So let's talk about the work area method. Tell you what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait till we get to a bigger section on that one. Okay. So let's talk about the compliance methods, starting with the work area method. And again, we already talked about this, that you basically, the code talks about 3 methods. We already talked that there's actually 5. Okay. Now, the prescriptive compliance method relies a lot more on the fire code versus the work area method. And it basically says that the building should be in compliance with the fire code if the fire inspections are being done. Okay. And it's the most conservative method that we have. The performance method is a point-based system. We already talked about that. 21 parameters was included in chapter 34. And this is in the 2015 edition is when they took chapter 34 out of the building code and they made it its own code. Okay. This is just giving you some history of the codes. Work area compliance method did not exist prior to ICC requiring it and making it its own chapter. It follows an incremental approach to gaining compliance. A lot of this we've already talked about. And usually the greater percentage of the building being rehabbed, the more requirements that you're going to get into with the IBC. But this last one, this doesn't come in very often, but I have seen it once in a while where the requirements of the IBC can be lessened and at the same time enhancing the safety of the existing building using the work area method. And we keep talking about the incremental approach. And really what that does, it just gives the owner more flexibility because of the different thresholds and things of that nature. And you have thresholds that if you cross them, it triggers additional requirements. And so we hope that the goal is that it incentivizes owners to upgrade their buildings and it's less costly than using the IBC or the IRC. And you'll see that as it plays out. Now, the question I always get when we get to well, I'll wait till we get to alteration level 2 when I bring that up about the percentages. So these are the compliance methods going forward. We already talked about all these. So this is probably the biggest bugaboo in the whole code. And that is the definition of work area. And it's really vague. People have tried to submit code changes to change it. The more they try to change it, the worse it gets. So it really comes down to how you as the code official are going to interpret this thing. And it's a legal term, and as such, it's defined in chapter 2, and this is the definition. That portion or portions of a building consisting of all reconfigured spaces. Okay. So that's why alteration level 1 has no area limitations. They're not reconfiguring anything. There is no work area involved. Okay. It could be the whole building and they're putting carpet and stuff down. That's level 1. Now, when you get to level 2, they're reconfiguring, they're moving walls around, they're altering your means of egress, they're reconfiguring the means of egress, they're reconfiguring mechanical systems or plumbing systems. Okay. The word reconfigured is the trigger, okay, to get to level 2. It does not include other portions of the building where incidental work entailed by the intended work must be performed. Now, what they're saying there is let's say I've got an area of the building that I'm altering. I'm doing new tenants. I've got a huge one tenant floor. Now I'm going to divide that up into different tenants. So I'm building walls. I'm changing means of egress, and it's one portion of the floor, but the electrical box is on the other side of that floor where there's already existing tenants. Well, what this is saying is if I'm putting new wiring in, I have to run that wire all the way down to that existing electrical box in the electrical room. The work in that electrical room is not going to trigger me to do any alterations inside that electrical room. So for example, a lot of old buildings where the electrical room is right off the egress corridor. Walls aren't rated, doors aren't rated as they would be required today. What this is saying is if I'm doing a brand new tenant space and I got to run new wiring into that electrical room, the code is saying that does not trigger you as the code official to go in and say, okay, well now you're going to have to put rated walls in, you're going to have to put a rated door in, you're going to have to do all that. It does not allow you to do that. Okay. It excludes those portions. Okay. And it goes on to say where the work not initially intended by the owner is specifically required by this code. And that's going to play out when we get to the supplemental requirements, and we'll get to that here in a minute. The key is what is being reconfigured to get to a level 2 or 3. A space, component, system, something's being reconfigured. Accessibility requirements, we've already talked about those. Already said that all the accessibility requirements are now in Chapter 3, so you don't have to worry about those. Repairs now have its own separate chapter. In previous editions of the code, repairs were included in the work area method. And you're like, well, that doesn't make any sense because you could be doing repairs away from the prescriptive method, work area method, so that doesn't make any sense to have it into one of the compliance methods. So they took that and made it its own chapter. And Chapter 4 is going to define repairs as being made with like materials and methods or must comply with the IBC or the IRC. Okay. Basically, a repair is putting something back like it was due to damage. There's where the confusion comes in. Due to damage. Okay. Now, guiding principle when making repairs is the work cannot make the building less compliant than it was before the repair was made. So that's another key performance criteria. Okay. So one, it was damaged. It wasn't being altered. It was, a car ran into a building or something. It was damaged. Second guiding principle is that the repairs cannot put the building in less compliance than it was before the repair is being made. Now, they're going to do some exceptions to that, where the first one is replacement glazing. Any replacement glazing has to comply with the codes for new construction. Why is that? Well, that's because most of our glazing requirements come from the Consumer Product Safety Commission guidelines on glazing. That's where our glazing requirements have always come from. The other reason for that is that glazing gets broken on a regular basis. We had a situation in a community right next to mine where there was a guy sitting on his bike right outside the entrance to this bar, which that's kind of enlightening as well as why it happened. But he's sitting on his bike and he's got his hand up against the glazing side light to the door and he went right through it. Well, it wasn't tempered glazing. It wasn't safety glazing and it cut him up pretty good. Well, when the building was built, it was required to have safety glazing. Now, maybe it got broke. They replaced it with the wrong stuff. We don't know, but it has to be safety glazing. 403.1 talks about fire protection and any repairs to any fire protection, construction, fire protection systems. You have to do it so it maintains the level of fire protection that it was originally provided. And it's the same thing with means of egress. It does not have to be brought up to the requirements of the current codes, but it has to be at least repaired to maintain what the level was prior to the destruction of whatever the building was. Okay, structural, there's going to be a lot of things on structural here, and we try to minimize those as best we can. So any structural damage to the building can happen a number of reasons: earthquake, fire, wind, flooding, falling trees. All you have to do is, if you've been watching what's been going on down in Florida, you can see that how that plays out. This is where we're going to get into the floodplain issue. Okay. Repairs to buildings with less than substantial structural damage can put it back like it was. Restore the elements to pre-damage condition. This is what the question was before, was, well, if we got floodplain requirements, well, how do we do it? Well, this says right there, if it's a repair, you can put it back like it was before it was damaged. If it's less, when it says less than substantial structural damage, that's the 50% rule. If you the definitions are in the code, in the IEBC and the IBC and the IRC. Each one of them has a definition of substantial structural damage, and that's what's going to tell you it was damaged to less than 50% of the value of the structure prior to the event. Next one, damage due to snow loading must be repaired in accordance with section 1608 of the IBC. So again, you can't put it back like it was. If it was damaged by snow, you got to repair it to be compliant. Chapter 2, again, that's the definition chapter. Any one of three conditions is defined. I'm not going to get into that because that gets pretty extensive. Vertical elements of lateral force resisting systems, section 405.2.3. If you are in a high earthquake area, seismic design categories D, E, or F, then you're going to have to get into whether it was disproportionate earthquake damage. And if it was, then all the repairs have to be evaluated and designed by a registered design professional. If it was in the lesser seismic design categories, A, B, C, or 1 and 2 family dwellings, they do not require that evaluation. Okay. So here's the question, ladies and gentlemen. Look at this picture. Based on what we just said, the definition of a repair was, and you're the building official in this community, are you going to look at that and say, well, when they build it back, we're going to use the provisions as it is as a repair? Or are you going to make them build it back 100% in accordance with the codes for new construction? Now, this is where this code doesn't answer all your questions. Okay? You're going to have to make that decision. Okay? I got a couple people say, well, it's new construction, new codes, new construction. And then no, current standards, total new, yeah. And that's how I would look at it. That's how I would look at it. But just be prepared that you could get an argument from the owner saying, well, wait a minute, this is a repair. I can put it back like it was, with the exceptions of those areas previously we discussed that had to meet new construction. If this was in a design category D, E, or F, it's going to be built back to the earthquake provisions, which is going to kick in all the new construction. If it wasn't, then you could have an argument on your hands. Okay. Now, the one thing they will have to do, once that design professional determines, they're going to have to build it back with the proper load combinations of the building code, all the structural damaged elements. If the building did not comply with the load combinations of the IBC, then the entire building would have to be retrofitted. So that's basically, well, it never was compliant to begin with. Non-compliant buildings, wind loads for the repair and retrofit must comply with the building code in effect at the time of the original construction, unless the damage was caused by wind, at which point it has to comply with the IBC. So if it was damaged by earthquake, it would not have to meet the wind requirements. That doesn't seem right, but that's what the code says. And the same way with seismic loads, same thing. Seismic loads have to be those in effect at the time, but cannot be less than reduced seismic forces. Okay. Let's see. Lateral force resistance. If substantial structural damage to gravity load comparing components, the building must be evaluated by an engineer. And if the evaluation determines non-compliance, then it must comply with section 405.233. And that if it does not establish the building in its pre-damage condition, it has to comply with section 405.2.3.1. And all that means then the building is going to have to be retrofitted to comply with the requirements for new construction. That's just that's an easier way to say it. Repairs in flood hazard areas as defined by chapter 2. If they have sustained substantial structural damage and it's more than 50% of the value of the building, then that entire building has to be brought into compliance with the flood loads of the IBC. That's a big one. Okay, that is a big one. Because that could just about break the bank in order to do that. Okay. Now, when you think about how flood hazard areas are defined in chapter 2, remember that the area within the floodplain that is subject to a 1% or greater chance of flooding in any year, you have to take that into account. And that the other thing is that the area designated as a flood hazard area on a community's flood hazard map or otherwise legally designated. So that would have to have been established before the flooding itself. Electrical, repairs to electrical.
Yeah, let me move so it's a little quieter.
I'm sorry. Hello?
I muted him.
Oh, okay. Okay. Y'all must be in the same room.
Well, no, I can click
Oh,
on
you
him.
on your okay. Thank you. Okay. All right. So let's talk about electrical repair. Keep in mind, we're still talking about repairs. And as you would imagine in the electrical industry, there's a lot of things now that they've kind of figured out weren't safe years ago. Okay. So when it says existing electrical wiring equipment can be repaired or replaced with like materials, these are the sections they're talking about. Now, receptacles have to comply with section 406.4, which means they have to comply with NFPA 70. Plug fuses, those can only be used where there's no evidence of overfusing or tampering. And again, you're going to have to go to the NEC to find out what all that means. Non-grounding type receptacles, that's kind of you have a lot of older homes, maybe some older buildings that had non-grounding type receptacles. When you replace those, and now about the only thing you can find is a grounding type receptacle, and there's no grounding conductor, it can be grounded to any accessible point on a grounding electrical conductor system. But again, how you do that, you're going to have to go to section 250 of the NEC on grounding. It's going to tell you how to do that. Now, again, we're just giving you the pointer. We're not going to go to 250 and give you all that information because we'd be here all day. And then group I2 receptacles, that's, keep in mind I2s. Those are hospital. Any replacement receptacles that are not hospital grade has to be replaced with receptacles as required by NFPA 99 for healthcare. There's that new standard that the code now addresses. And Article 517. Grounding of appliances and any associated outlets for those appliances or junction boxes. If they're part of an existing branch circuit or such appliances, those can be permitted to be grounded to the grounded circuit conductor. But again, the way you do that is going to have to be done in accordance with chapter or section 250 of the National Electrical Code. So what did we just go through? The majority of these, you would have to comply with the National Electrical Code, and it's always section 250 on grounding. Mechanicals, much like our other systems, you cannot do anything to make the building less compliant. Mechanical draft systems, there's not a lot of those out there. Those are usually used with manually fire appliances and fireplaces. If you're doing repairs, then that draft device has to be listed and installed per the manufacturer's instructions. In addition, it has to have an audible and visible warning system. If you lose power or the system fails, it has to have battery backup. And you have to have a smoke detector or smoke alarm installed in the room containing that appliance or fireplace. Okay, and it has to have a battery backup. And the whole purpose of this is to provide some sort of solution to existing chimneys that do not have sufficient draft and the ability to warn occupants when the system is not functioning. Plumbing. Materials and supplies that are prohibited by the IPC cannot be used, such as drum traps are no longer allowed. There's certain lead solder cannot be used. So there's a lot of things now that the plumbing code prohibits that used to be okay years ago. Okay. If you have to replace your water closet, it now has to have one of the water reducing water closets with a consumption of 1.6 gallons per flushing versus the 3.5 gallons. Now, the exception to that, if you have a blowout design water closet, it can have a maximum water consumption of 3.5 gallons per flushing cycle. Okay. And again, Chapter 7 and Chapter 8 of the International Plumbing Code, those contain all the prohibited plumbing joints and connection methods. And it also contains federal legislation that mandates low flow rates on water closets and stuff. Okay, how are we doing? Let's see. Why don't we take a 10-minute break? It's 1:20 your time. Let's take a 10-minute break and be back right at 1:30.
That must be lit. Like full of stuff.
Have some books to return. You brought me off of Ollie's and go to Lowe's. I can return those books while you're doing that. Well, I'm not, I mean, I'm not, don't need to shop or whatever. I'm just saying, if you're gonna be in there and right out, then I'm just going to exchange those books and that's it.
Screw. Screw in there. See if I can hit the stud in that wall, because if it don't, it's gonna snatch it right out. That's composite on it. That composite. Well, that's snatch out of it too. But first time the wind gets it, it'd be big old hole inside the door frame.
Well, if you need to put chain up there, put chain up there. I mean, it's not worth messing. I mean, it's nobody but you and I there. I mean, 97% of the time.
I mean, they say with two closures, you don't
Yeah,
need a
well,
wind chain.
I mean, you ain't gonna have to worry about me wind jerking it with me, but I don't know when the storm comes.
Oh, it'll be closed then. I mean, they're gonna stop that water. That doors need to be painted. I got to paint the frames on that one. Try to move it over, square them up. I think let's put up there and modify it. I think that level. Spread it out. Start it though, left, yeah.
Just go down there and drop me off.
Yeah.
You have a key? What's this lady right here?
Everybody at Lowe's either. It's kind of wild.
Money. Are you sure you got a key? Let me get those books.
Okay. I think everybody's back. Okay, so we've covered the prescriptive method, so we won't come back to that unless there's any questions. So now we're going to get into the work area method. And as I said earlier today, this is the main one. This is the one that the majority of the code addresses as far as your options, things of that nature. And so there's a lot of information in here. When we get to level two sets the tone for the majority of the requirements for alterations in the work area method. It's the largest chapter in the code book. A lot of information in there. So let's go ahead and take a look at this. Level one, again, as I said earlier, this is kind of the building's getting a facelift. And these are key words here where it involves either the removal or replacement of something. Covering of existing materials, replacement of elements, replacement of equipment, windows, whatever. So it's replacing something. If it was adding something, like they were knocking a hole in the exterior wall to add a window in, that goes to level two alterations. That's not level one. Okay. And those requirements are all in chapter 7. Okay. And so the guiding principle when we talk about the work area method is, and it's really the guiding principle for this whole code book, is that whatever new work you're doing, it cannot put the existing building into non-compliance with something else. It cannot be less compliant. Okay. And so that's in section 701.2. And the difference between level one and the other alterations, at this level, you're only replacing a component. You're not adding anything. Okay. You're not reconfiguring rooms or spaces. You're not reconfiguring travel distance or anything of that nature. And the other nice thing about this is there's no area limitations. I could be doing a level one alteration throughout an entire 10-story building, still level one, as long as you don't exceed these other requirements about reconfiguration and replacement and things of that nature. And any work that you're doing, and you've heard me say this already before, the work that you're doing, the new work, has to comply with the codes for new construction. Okay. Now, there may throw some exceptions in there as we go through this, but the baseline requirement is that any new work has to comply with the codes for new construction, i.e. the IEBC, the IRC. If it's plumbing, it's the IPC, so on and so forth. Okay. Now, this is the first step in what we call the incremental process of the work area. Okay. And if the level of safety is reduced, then the alterations have to comply with the IRC or the IEBC. And so the code official has to make that determination that the work they're doing is reducing the current level of the building or the space or whatever. And if they are, then the work's going to kick you into the IRC or the IEBC. So general requirements, if you're in a flood area and the work you're doing constitutes a substantial improvement, then all the work you're doing is going to have to comply with the IRC or the IEBC. And that's where we get into, you have to understand the definitions of substantial improvement versus, and again, there's substantial improvement and that's when the cost of the alterations is 50% or more of the market. Now, keep in mind, we're not dealing with repairs here like we were earlier. This is where somebody comes in, they want to do some renovations to their house, and so those alterations, if they are in a flood area, then you as the code official are going to have to determine, are these going to exceed 50% of the market value of the building before the alteration is started? And we know sometimes that gets difficult and you have to rely on somebody to give you that information, but it has to be documented. You have to make sure that that 50% issue is documented in your file. Emergency escape and rescue openings, when those are required and you're replacing them or whatever the case may be, they must be openable from the inside. Okay, this comes right out of the building code of the IRC. If you have security features such as bars, grills, whatever the case may be for security reasons, then those have to be operable from the inside so that it's easily accessed to the outside. Okay. The other thing about security features, if you have those bars, grills, in order to open those, it can require no greater force or tool for normal operations. Okay, so if you really have to pull on it, that's not going to work. Or if you have to have a special tool to open them, that's not compliant. And again, these features for these emergency escape and rescue openings cannot reduce the opening dimensions that are existing. Okay. Any newly installed interior finish materials have to comply with requirements of the IBC and the IRC. You should already know these. The standards are ASTM E84 or UL 723. The flame spread categories, you have Class A flame spread index, less than 25, or smoke developed index of 0,450. The smoke developed index is the same for all classes. Okay, it's 0 to 450. What does change is the flame spread index. So Class B is 26 to 75, and Class C is 76 to 200, which is less fire protection. This talks about foam, plastics, textiles, vinyl, all these things. These cannot be used as an interior finish unless, well, they can't be an exposed finish material. If using these types of materials, they would have to be encased in sheetrock inside the wall or something, unless they meet the requirements in NFPA 286 or these other standards, FM 4880 or UL 1040. And they have to be tested on a foam plastic assembly, and they can only be used where a sprinkler system is installed. So if you want to use these materials on an alteration or something of that nature, and they're going to be exposed, you're going to have a sprinkler system. If you don't have a sprinkler system in the building, you can't use them as far as whether they're exposed or not. You can use them, like I said, if they're encased in fire retardant treated or fire resistant materials such as sheetrock. Floor finish is similar. In this case, they use what they call a radiant panel that has to comply with NFPA 253 standard. If it's a traditional floor covering, such as wood, vinyl, linoleum, terrazzo, and it is traditional, and like in a historical building. Now, you may need to get some documentation on whether it meets that criteria or not, but those are exempt from testing requirements. In other words, you're not going to take a sample of that and set it on fire. If the building has a sprinkler system in it, NFPA 13 or 13R, floor finishes with a reduced rating are approved. Okay. And the floor finishes are categorized in 3 different ways. They do a radiant flux type of testing of 0.45 watts per centimeter squared or greater. And that's required in group I occupancies unless it's got a sprinkler system in it. Class 2 would be a radiant flux of 0.22 watts per centimeter squared or greater. And that's required in all other occupancies except for F, R3, R4, and U. And then the other testing category is the pill test, the DOC FFF1. It's in compliance with the Consumer Product Safety Commission 16 CFR Part 1630. Okay. And so most commercial grade floor finishes already comply with the pill test, with the DOC FF1. This is a table that they want you, they're going to refer to. This is in the building code, and this is interior wall ceiling finish requirements based on occupancy. Okay. And it shows you all the occupancy groups It's going to give you the first or the second column, interior exit stairways, interior exit ramps and exit passageways. And this part of the chart is, this is the sprinkler area. And it's going to tell you what the ceiling finishes have to be, the class. And then on the right side, the non-sprinklered areas. Notice the corridors and enclosure for exit access stairways. Okay. Those non-sprinklered have to have a Class A material on them. And again, don't forget the footnotes. Footnotes can change the requirement. In the title, it says footnote K. That says finished materials as provided for in other sections of this code. Just for an example. Replacement glazing, level 1 and hazardous locations, as I said earlier, those have to comply totally with the IRC and the IEBC. For doors and side lights, guards, railings, room or areas with wet surfaces, anything adjacent to stairs. Those requirements, for example, if these side lights are in the same plane as the door on the non-hinged side, would have to be safety glazing. It gets a little technical because side lights on the hinged side of the door opening, those wouldn't have to meet it because the door is going to cover it. Okay. Any kind of guards or railings, rooms or areas with wet surfaces, that's your bathroom areas. You have showers, shower doors, whatever, would all have to meet those glazing requirements. And they changed the code to say glazing adjacent to wet surfaces. It used to say facing wet surfaces. And that is, and that's a substantial difference because facing means it's actually facing the wet area and it's right there, where adjacent means it could be within a reach distance, which is 60 inches. That now is, they changed that to be a little bit more safety oriented. Replacement windows, the opening control devices. These got into the code a few cycles ago. Any replacement windows have to comply with the opening control devices, complying with ASTM F2090. And this is where it's operable. The replacement includes replacement of the sash and frame, or only includes replacement of sash only and existing frame remains. It's in an R2 and R3 occupancies, and the top of the sill of the window opening is less than 36 inches above the finished floor in 1 and 2 family, or I'm sorry, R2 and R3, the dimension is 36. 1 and 2 family, it's 24. You remember it was 36 for everything, and they came in and made it more restrictive when they went to less than 24 above the finished floor. Windows will allow a 4-inch sphere to pass through. It's the largest opening position. This comes right out of the code. And then this other one, height at the top of the sill of the window opening above the exterior grade is more than 72 inches. Okay. So they get this right out of the IBC and the IRC on these requirements. Now the exceptions are if they have fall protection complying with ASTM F2006, which means they have bars that keep people from falling through the glass, or they have the devices that only allow the opening to go 4 inches or less. Then we're going to get into the emergency escape and rescue openings, okay, in our bedrooms and things of that nature. In R2, R3, 1 and 2 family dwellings and townhouses, the window can be the largest standard size window that will fit within the existing frame or rough opening. Remember, I talked about that earlier. It does not have to meet the 5.0 square feet on the ground floor or the 5.7 on upper floors. It's whatever you can get the largest standard size window in the framed opening. Okay. The second thing, the replacement window is not part of a change of occupancy. Okay. And the control devices, R2, R3, and 1 and 2 family dwellings and townhouses, as regulated by the residential code, they are listed in accordance with ASTM F2090, or they are permitted on EEROs in some provisions of the building code or the residential code. If it is a replacement window and it's associated with a change of occupancy, then it has to comply totally with the IBC and the IRC. Bars, grills, cover screens, kind of dating myself. I remember the days where these were flat out prohibited. You couldn't do it. Now they say you can use them where it meets all this criteria. The minimum net clear opening complies with the code in effect at the time of the construction. The devices are releasable or removable from inside without the use of a key, tool, or force greater than needed for normal operation. And where these devices do not reduce the net clear opening of the emergency escape and rescue opening. And in addition, you have to have a smoke alarm installed per section 907.211 of the IBC. That section is single and multiple station smoke detectors in our occupancies, I1 locations near cooking appliances, bathrooms, interconnection, and a power source. Materials and methods. That one's pretty easy. Must comply with in total with the I codes for material standards, installation details, and connections. The fuel gas code. Basically, anything you're doing with fuel gas piping installation have to comply with the fuel gas code on these areas. The gas piping, chimneys, vents, specific appliances. Level 1 fire protection, again, like means of egress, just a general statement. Any alterations have to comply with the level of protection provided previously. And again, you cannot reduce the level of safety within the building existing unless it is in compliance with the IBC or the IRC. Now, what you're going to find here going forward, level 1, there is a lot of re-roofing requirements. A lot of re-roofing requirements. And you might ask, well, why is all these requirements on replacement re-roofing? Because it's one of those professions, it's one of those areas in our country that is, you have people pirating stuff out there. You have people that are not qualified. I'll give you an example. Here not too long ago, I got a call from a roofing contractor. He knew me. He's one of the better roofing contractors in the Overland Park area. And he called me and he said, hey, he said, I need some advice. I said, okay, well, what do you need? He said, well, he said, I had an homeowner call me and they didn't want the roof replaced, but they were having some leaks and they just wanted me to repair it. I said, okay. So I said, what's the question? He said, it's got 6 layers of asphalt on the roof. He said, what would you do? My answer was, I would run and I wouldn't take the job because you're going to fix these leaks. 2 weeks later, you're going to have more leaks. They had 6 layers of asphalt. When he walked on the roof, it was kind of spongy. So again, these things are prevalent out there where, you know, the old days, anybody can put a roof on. Owners could put a roof on. And they just keep putting more material on it. And so for that reason, we have all these requirements on re-roofing. And keep in mind, there's a difference between re-roofing and replacement roofing. Okay, re-roofing gets into just the roof covering. Replacement, you kind of get into the sub roof where maybe your plywood roofing is rotten, deteriorated, whatever. Okay, so we got recovering and replacement of existing roofs. So the first thing it's going to tell you is that it all has to comply with Chapter 15 of the Building Code or the IRC. Minimum slope requirements are not required to meet the 2% slope. Okay, if you're building a new home or a new building, my minimum slope is 2%. Okay, in this case, all it says as long as you have positive drainage. That's all it says. Next, existing secondary drainage and scuppers are acceptable if they've been properly maintained. If replaced, they must comply with the International Building Code. Now, why is that important? Now, you may not think this would ever happen, but I actually have a picture of it. I did not put it in this presentation. It's in another presentation. We had a Hardee's restaurant, Hardee's hamburger place in Overland Park. And the fire department, the fire marshal calls me. He said, hey, the roof on the Hardee's hamburger place just collapsed. Had a lot of rain. There was a lot of there was a lot of water on the roof, and it collapsed right over the cooking area. We get out there, we climb up on the roof, and guess what we found? Out of the top of the roof drain, there was a 3-foot tree growing out of the top of the drain. Keep in mind the way these drains are made, they have catches in them for debris and stuff, and over time it collects dirt, whatever, plants, trees, you know, they blow in the wind, seeds get planted, whatever. And sure enough, 3-foot tree growing in the top of the roof drain, and that's what caused the whole problem. So again, existing drainage scuppers, if they're maintained. The third one, structural roof components have to be capable of supporting replacement covering systems. So if you have a asphalt shingle roof with just typical 2x6, 2x8 rafter construction, and now you want to put clay or tile, whatever, not going to work. It's not going to work. Now, the problem with this, a lot of jurisdictions do not require permits for replacing their roof. Some do, some don't. And that becomes a problem. If you're replacing the roof, which includes removal of all the existing layers of coverings, exposing the roof deck, and they give you an exception on the ice barrier. I don't know why. I think the ice barrier, at least in my area of the country, is pretty important. It must be covered with a new ice barrier membrane. The new roof covering has to comply with the code, and it can cover an existing roof covering as long as it meets the manufacturer's instructions. A lot of the manufacturers will say, like on asphalt, you can only have one existing layer on it. That's it. Wood shakes, none. No additional layers. So you have to comply with the manufacturer's instructions, or the complete and separate roofing system has to be designed to transmit loads directly to the building structural system. That would get us into the clay tile and things of that nature. Metal panels, metal shingles, concrete, and clay tile installed over existing wood shakes in accordance with 705.4, which is probably going to, and what that says is, if you, by doing that, if you're replacing metal panels, metal shingles over wood shakes, first of all, I don't think you can do that because the manufacturer is going to say you can't do that. But if you had one that said you could, now you have to worry about the combustible concealed space that it's creating. Okay? Because you're going to have, they're not going to match up, and you're going to have air pockets under there. And if you do that, then that entire surface has to be covered with gypsum board or mineral fiber or glass fiber or any other approved materials before you put that other layer on top of the existing layer. So you have to have that fire stop in there. Now, I don't like the idea of gyp board on a roof, but it does allow that. Okay. And then the other one is roof protective coatings, where, you know, you've fire retardant treated covering, something of that provision. Okay, a roof cover is not permitted where any of the following conditions exist. Okay, you cannot cover over an existing roof or covering if it's water soaked or deteriorated to the point it will not function as a base level. The second one, the existing roof covering is slate, clay cement, or asbestos. You cannot put an additional layer over those. Or if you have the existing roof has 2 or more layers of any type of roof covering. So no matter what it is, you can only have 2 layers, not more than that. Where you have a new, if you're recovering, a new roof covering occurs over an existing wood shingle or wood shake, and that's going to create that combustible space we just talked about. It again has to be cut. The existing surface has to be covered with a non-combustible material, and the code talks about gyp board, mineral fiber, glass fiber, or a similar product before you put the new covering on. Structural elements, basically, in a nutshell, it just says structural elements, you really should have a structural engineer. It does give you some thresholds. For example, on this first one, shall be replaced The structural element has to be replaced in accordance with the IBC. If any alteration increases design dead load, live or snow light by more than 5%. If it's not more than 5%, you don't have to comply with the IBC. Buildings are occupancies with not more than 5 dwelling or sleeping units, complies with conventional light framing, only has to comply with the IBC or the IRC. Or this other one, where increased dead load is due entirely to the addition of a second layer roof covering of weighing less than 3 pounds per square foot. That's your wood shakes and shingles. Let's see. When loading your roofing, you see this all the time when you're getting a new roof. They must be replaced or strengthened in accordance with the IBC. Where 50% of the roofing materials are removed from the roof diaphragm, if the building is located where the ultimate wind design is more than 150 miles per hour, and the diaphragm and the building connections are not capable of resisting 75% of the wind load. Just kind of FYI, talks about this 115 mile per hour. If you understand the wind maps, they've changed those again in the 24 code. In the previous codes, the majority of the country was less than 115 miles per hour. That is now changing to where you have multiple areas that are less than 115, and they actually designate where those are. So just be aware of that going forward. And then we have, yes, did somebody open their mic? Thought I heard somebody. Okay. Energy. Now they're trying to change this drastically in the newer codes, but for now, the code has always said that there is nothing that requires the entire building to be upgraded to the energy requirements of the energy code on a level 1 alteration or being conducted, or any of the levels of alteration, only the work that you're doing. Okay. The work associated with these alterations has to comply with the energy code, such as replacing windows or replacement of light fixtures. So if you're replacing your windows, those windows would have to comply with the energy code requirements as far as your solar heat gain coefficient, so on and so forth. And your area, whether you're in a climate zone, or we're in climate zone 4, so you'd have to go to those tables in the energy code to find out in climate zone 4 what the, or whatever your climate zone is, what the R value of those windows are. Oh, and oh, by the way, in the new energy code, now the predominant indication will be the U factor, not the R factor. Okay, they've just switched the tables around. In the electrical code, healthcare, I2, ambulatory care facilities, all the electrical has to comply with NFPA 99. That's that new standard that the code is recognizing. Now, the other thing on the IECC, the energy code, it does not require any substantial destructive work in order to comply with the energy code. All right. Questions so far before we get into level 2. This is the big one. Okay. So now level 2 is when we're starting to reconfigure something. As I said earlier, we're reconfiguring ductwork, we're reconfiguring fire alarm systems, we're reconfiguring means of egress, we're moving walls around, we're building new wall construction, whatever the case may be. Okay. And you're reconfiguring a room or an area. And the key to this one is the aggregate area of the work area is less than 50% of the overall building. That is going to be the trigger when we get to level 3, is that the aggregate area of the alteration exceeds 50% of the overall area of the building. Level 2 is less than 50. And these are all in chapter 8. Now, as we get into this, I don't want you to get confused on this 50% rule, because we're going to come up with another 50% rule here in just a minute on supplemental requirements. Glenn, go ahead. Glenn, did you have a question?
I didn't have a question. No, I didn't have a question. I was thinking about, I just said G's over the 50% rule.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine. So I want to make sure you don't get those mixed up. Okay. So let's go forward here. So 801.2 requirements of level 1 are also to be complied with when we're doing level 2 alterations. Again, that's that incremental approach that we talked about earlier. We're now getting into work that is, we're reconfiguring something. Now, if I'm doing if I'm reconfiguring work that is solely for accessibility, then I only need to comply with level 1 alterations for accessibility. So it doesn't trigger me to do any additional work. This is what we're going to get into all of these types of systems installation. So we'll get into more detail of that here in a minute. So here's the guiding principle for level 2 alterations is number 1, the actual work, much like repairs in level 1, the actual work that we're doing has to comply with the codes for new construction, except, these are the exceptions, windows are being added. They're not required to meet the light and ventilation requirements. Any new electrical equipment would have to comply with 807. We'll talk about that later. Length of dead end corridors have to comply with 805.7. Again, we will talk about that later. What you're going to find on dead end corridors is going to surprise the heck out of you. Ceiling height of newly created habitable areas and corridors only need to be 7 foot, not 7.6. So if I have a basement, an existing basement, and I'm going to finish that basement off, ceiling height only has to be 7 feet. Newly installed escalators in transportation stations. I don't know. Let's see where you're at. I think you probably do have some of these. Any below grade transportation stations can have a clear width of 32 inches, not 36. And then any new structural members and connections are permitted to comply with section 302. We talked about that earlier, that they would basically have to comply with the IBC or the IRC. Vertical openings. Okay, we're not going to list all 14 exceptions to this, but this basically says that if you have a vertical opening connecting 2 or more floors, it has to be enclosed if you're within the work area with an approved assembly of 1 hour fire resistance rated construction and approved protected openings. Now, before I get to the exceptions, think about that. So if I have a high-rise building of 1B construction, what this is saying is I can have a vertical opening, an existing vertical opening that only has to meet a 1 hour fire resistance rated construction and approved protected openings. It does not have to meet the 2 hour because it's existing. And again, let's go back to our philosophy here with this code. Here's the question you have to ask. Am I making the building safer by putting the 1 hour in there than it was before? Well, obviously the answer is yes. So that complies with the existing building code. Now, there's 14 exceptions, and we're not going to go through all of them, but the 14 exceptions have one of these 3 things. Either they're not required by the IBC or the IRC, or most exceptions would be allowed if you install fire protection systems or their height and area limitations. Or the last one, 1 and 2 family dwelling and open parking garages and ramps would not require the vertical openings anyway. Okay. So again, there's 14 of those, and you can read through those on your own time. Now, this is where we start to get into supplemental requirements. Supplemental shaft and floor opening enclosure requirements. Work area on any building story. That's just the story. It's not the whole building. And the work area exceeds 50% of the gross floor area. Then my enclosure requirements that we just talked about under section 803.2 apply to all vertical openings throughout the entire floor. So if I have an atrium, something of that nature would have to meet the 1 hour requirement. It only applies to the portion of vertical openings on the floor within the work area. Now, I want you to think about this. Let's say I have a tenant space. Let's say I have 20 tenants on this floor, and there's one tenant that's going to do some alterations to their space. And there is a mechanical shaft that runs up through their space or adjacent to their space, and the wall of one of their offices is the wall of the mechanical shaft. What this is saying is I only have to rate that mechanical shaft portion on that one wall in that one tenant space at 1 hour. That's it. It does not require you to go through the entire building and upgrade that entire shaft to 2 hours. And a lot of people, again, I always hear, well, that doesn't make any sense. Well, again, think about our philosophy. Incremental. We're only taking on what's in my work area, and I'm going to bring that into some level of compliance with the codes for new construction. 1 hour is better than nothing. Okay? That is the philosophy of this code. That's how it works. And it only applies to the vertical openings on the floor within the work area. At the same time, it does not apply to stairways or vertical openings in tenant spaces entirely outside of the work area. It's only within the work area. That's the only provision that you can make them do. Supplemental stairway enclosure requirements. When the work area on any building story exceeds 50% of the gross floor area, stairway serving means of egress for the work area. Now the stairway must be enclosed with smoke-tight construction. Must be enclosed on the highest work area story and all stories below to the point of discharge. Any openings within that stairway have to be smoke protected. Does not say it has to be a fire rated assembly. It only says it has to be a smoke protected assembly, but not fire protection. And those protectives have to be self-closing upon activation of a fire alarm system. So if you have a hole open device, you have to have a smoke detector in a fire alarm system that's going to close it. If you have a building with smoke compartments within these occupancy groups, I2, long-term healthcare, that work area is located on a building story used for sleeping rooms. I have more than 30 patients. Then that story has to be divided into at least 2 smoke departments using a smoke barrier in accordance with section 407.5 of the IBC. But again, I have these thresholds here. Okay. I've got sleeping rooms. I got more than 30 patients. I have to have 2 smoke compartments. My smoke compartment limitations for a group I2 condition 1, long-term care, 22,500 gross square foot. I2 condition 2, acute care facilities, 40,000 gross square feet. And in addition to those, 200-foot travel distance limitation to an exit access door in accordance with the International Building Code. Interior finish and wall requirements, those have to comply with the IBC. If the existing materials do not comply, they can be treated with a fire retardant treated coating. That treatment has to comply with the manufacturer's instructions. You know, that one I'm always on the fence about because those types of coatings do have a life term. They don't stay there 100% of the time. It really depends on the manufacturer. And if you use those, then the compliance as far as meeting the flame spread and smoke development ratings have to be tested on a material that is similar to the material of the whatever you're putting it on. So you would have to have a sample and it would have to be tested. And again, here comes our supplemental requirements that if my work area on any story exceeds 50% of the gross floor area of that story, now those interior finish requirements apply to all exits and corridors throughout the entire story containing the work area. Now, get used to this exception because you're going to see it again on multiple levels. The exception is if I have interior finish within an occupied tenant space on that story entirely outside of the work area, you don't touch it. You don't go in there because it's occupied, and they're not going to let you disrupt the occupancy when they're not part of the construction project. Guards shall be provided where portions of a level 2 alterations in the work area, and I have areas that are more than 30 inches above the floor exterior grade. They do not have a guard, or the existing guards are considered to be in danger of failure. Now, you got to remember what our guard requirements are. Okay. 200-pound lateral force or 50-pound lateral force applied to a 1 square foot area. Okay. Now, you don't test that by the inspector just kind of leaning into it, because that could have consequences to it. But, you know, if the inspector's in there and it feels like it's really loose, then they would tell them that they would have to upgrade that, the strength of that, or prove that it doesn't meet the criteria for being replaced. Any guard replacement has to comply with the prescriptive requirements of the building code for new guards, including height, baluster spacing, and impact resistance. Keep in mind the baluster spacing on the handrails are different than the guardrails on a hallway. And again, keep in mind when they talk about baluster spacing, they're talking about 4 inches center to center on the the handrail 4.5. And when it talks about impact resistance, it tells you that it cannot allow an object 4 inches in diameter to pass through. Okay. It doesn't say the spacing of the balusters have to be 4 inches on center. It just says it has to not allow an object to pass through. Now, I got a picture of my grandson. We were on vacation. I won't tell you where it was. The balusters was roping. It was rope. I got a picture of my 1-year-old grandson with my daughter holding, and they spread the rope balusters out to about 20 inches. That's how flexible they were. The point of that is to where it say does not allow an object to pass through with any kind of force. So it's not just the spacing, it's also the strength of the baluster. Keep that in mind. Fire resistance ratings, where you have a complete automatic supervised sprinkler system installed in accordance with NFPA 13 or 13R, or has been added when approved by the code official. So the code official has to accept this. The required fire resistance ratings of the existing structural elements of the building are deemed to meet the requirements of the current building code. So if I have a building, an old commercial building, maybe a 2C building or 2A building or whatever, and the code would have required the structure to be protected either with some sort of assembly or spray on fireproofing or whatever, but it doesn't have it. What this is saying is you put a sprinkler system in, I'm good. It's equal. That's what they're telling you here. Okay. Same way with a rated corridor. Same way with any rated assembly. The fire sprinkler system gets you a get out of jail card. Now they have to submit construction documents to indicate which building elements they're talking about and where they don't want to rate them. They may have to, and they may choose to put the sprinkler system in if it's not there. It might be cheaper. And the intent of this is to ensure that a sprinkler protected building is compliant with applicable fire protection for life safety. Hello. Okay, let's talk about corridor ratings. The building code is going to tell you what the rating of the corridor has to be, whether it's an exit access corridor or it's an exit way. You know, if it's a continuation of a stair egress stairwell, that's an exit way versus exit access on a corridor. So the rating of the corridor, the IEBC is going to allow you to reduce that in accordance with the building code if I have an automatic sprinkler system throughout the floor. Now, in the building code, if I'm building a new building, the requirement of the sprinkler system's got to be throughout the entire building. In this case, I can just to the floor. Okay. And it extends coverage to the stairway landings at the floor and intermediate landing immediately below. Automatic sprinkler systems in high-rise buildings. They can be added, or they are required to be added where my work area has exits or corridors shared by more than one tenant. I have exits or corridors serving an occupant load of more than 30. They're located on a building or story that has an adequate water supply from an existing standpipe or sprinkler riser serving that story. Now, with that one, you may ask, well, what if they don't have adequate water supply? We'll get to that in a minute. We also have, here comes the supplemental requirements. Again, the area of my work area is more than 50% of the floor. Okay, aggregate area. The sprinkler protection now must be provided throughout the entire story, down the corridors, into the elevator lobby, and all vacant tenant spaces. The prohibition here is you do not get to put them inside occupied tenant spaces outside the work area. They get a get out of jail card. And that makes sense. You got, you don't want to inconvenience a tenant that had nothing to do with the work. I mean, it wasn't their deal. Now, non-high-rise buildings, group A, B, E, F1, H, all of those, automatic sprinkler system is required for alterations level 2 where they meet these requirements. 1, the work area involving exits and corridors shared by multiple tenants having an occupant load greater than 30. Work area is required to have automatic sprinkler protection required by the IBC for new construction. And the work area or aggregate area of the work exceeds 50% of the gross floor area of that specific story. Now, the exception to all of this, and I'm going to tell you, this is specifically for level 2. When we get to level 3, this requirement's going to change. So the exception to put in the sprinkler systems in these areas, if the building does not have adequate water supply to the building to provide sprinkler protection without the installation of a fire pump. Now, the reason why they put the installation of the fire pump provision in there, if you've ever looked at what one of those costs, even a small fire pump will run you about $150,000. I've heard of some of them big enough where they're costing you 500 grand just for the pump. That doesn't include installation. They're very expensive, and they're expensive because you can't just pull one off the shelf. Every fire pump has to be designed specifically for the building it's going into. So there's a lot of work in it. You don't just pull a fire pump off the rack and put it in a building. It doesn't work that way. If an automatic fire suppression system cannot be installed, then the work area must be provided with a complete automatic smoke detection system. And again, that's only in the work area. It's an automatic smoke detection system. And it has to be installed throughout all occupiable spaces except for sleeping units or individual dwelling units, because those are private. Mixed occupancies, where if you have work areas with different occupancies and one or more are required to be protected, well, you have to protect them unless they are separated with a 1-hour fire resistance rated construction. even though if it was a new construction, it would be a higher rating. You only need 1 hour. Now it does say if I have a H occupancy, it has to be a 2-hour rated assembly. Group I2, this is a new requirement in the 21 code. Automatic sprinkler system is required per the fire code in I2 condition 1 throughout the work area. I2 condition 2 throughout work area where the work area is less than or equal to 50% of the smoke compartment. I2 condition 2 throughout smoke compartment where the work occurs and the work area is more than 50% of the smoke compartment. Windowless stories. I have a work area with a windowless story has to be sprinklered, provided again that the building has sufficient water supply without the pump. Other required systems, previous references to the IBC table that was in chapter 9 were deleted in the 2018. Those have now come back in the 21 code. Okay. That gets into when work has exit corridors by more than one tenant. Same thing with municipal water supply requirements. Okay. This is our supervision requirements here. If I have a fire suppression system installed, level two alterations, they have to be supervised by one of these out of NFPA 72. They probably all look familiar to you. I have to have a central station or a proprietary system or a remote station of the jurisdiction or an approved local alarm service where approved by the code official. Now, there are some exceptions here. You don't have to have supervision for these areas since they're not required to be supervised by the building code. Again, if I have underground key or hub gate valves and roadway boxes, halogenated extinguishing systems, CO2, dry and wet chemical, and automatic sprinkler systems installed in accordance with NFPA 13 with a common supply main for both domestic and automatic, and a separate shutoff valve is not provided. I do not have to have those supervised. Standpipes, work areas that are located on a story more than 50 feet above or below the lowest level of fire department vehicular access, involves exits or corridors shared by multiple tenants. You know, you see a lot of this. If it's just a single tenant building, a lot of this is never triggered. So I don't know if there's many of those out there, but there are some. What else we got here? Standpipe system must have hose connections from the highest story containing the work area down to the lowest level of the fire department access. The standpipe system must have hose connections from the lowest story containing work area up to the lowest level of fire department access that are more than 50 feet below lowest level of fire department access. So whether you go up or whether you go down into a lower level, you would have to meet these requirements. Standpipe design, the fire pump is not required provided the standpipe installed can meet all these requirements from your fire department, except the delivery from the apparatus of not less than 250 gallons per minute at 65 PSI to the topmost floor in buildings equipped with the sprinkler system, or provides not less than 500 gallons per minute at 65 PSI to the topmost floor in all other buildings. And again, this is kind of the relief you get in the IEBC. Those multiple risers in a building do not have to be interconnected. That is one that you want to make sure that you are working with your local fire service so they understand that. And they're probably going to want some sort of labeling or something on the outside of the building so that when they roll up, they're going to know that those risers are not interconnected because they rely on that quite a bit. Fire alarm and detection, again, they're based on occupancy. These requirements are limited to the work area. You You cannot extend beyond the work area unless it's a supplemental, you're in a supplemental criteria. Smoke detectors must be used unless they are prohibited by their listing, such as in boiler rooms, and they have to be installed in accordance with the NFPA 72 standard. Now this one gets a little interesting. It says existing previously approved fire alarm systems are allowed to remain. That portion of existing fire alarm system within the level 2 work area must comply with the current requirements of the IEBC and the NFPA 72. Existing alarm notification devices shall be automatically activated throughout the building. And the existing building is not provided with a fire alarm system, but the requirements of the existing building codes require occupant notification within the work area. The alarm notification devices shall be provided. Now, what does all that mean? Well, that says that I got to put this fire alarm system in there if it's required by the IBC for the work area. But here's the reality of this, and this is something that you're going to want to make sure you check out when the plans come in and things of that nature. My experience with this, we actually had this happen on one of our major buildings in Overland Park. Fire alarm technology advances fairly quickly. So what they have to provide you with is that any new components, new wiring, new systems that are also going to be tied into the existing system, everything has to be compatible. We had one of the largest buildings in Overland Park. Lightning hit the building and knocked out its main fire alarm panels. And they were fairly huge panels. The problem they had, based on the age of the building, they could not find a fire alarm equipment panel that could communicate with the older technology with the fire alarm system, i.e. the smoke detectors, the pull stations, whatever. They couldn't make it work. So they had to replace the entire system throughout this huge building. So that's not really in the code, but it basically says that the existing system has to be able to communicate with any of the new stuff that comes in there. So you want to make sure that it, and that's where your testing comes in, that it does work. They made just, I think that this is a minor change. I think this was for clarification. Most people were confused by this. So they added the word automatic into this for level 2 group, all these different occupancy. Automatic fire alarm systems have to be installed in work areas in accordance with the International Fire Code. Okay. And again, there's that chapter 11 about retroactive requirements. Again, I would always tell people, make sure you check with your local jurisdiction to see if you've amended chapter 11 of the fire code, if you've even adopted it, or if it's fully being enforced.
Yes, I think something happened to Tim's connection, so let's just give him a second here, see if he can get back in.
right, we're good to go.
Okay. Sorry about that, everybody. I don't know what happened. I've been doing this for years. That's never happened to me before, so I don't know what's going on. All right, so where were we? Number of exits. Let's see, let's go back one. Make sure I didn't miss anything. Yeah, we talked about NFPA 101. Okay, so number of exits. Number of exits in every story where you have a work area have to comply with the IBC. And again, remember what I said earlier today about how important means of egress is. In particular, when we get to change of occupancy, there's not going to be a lot of leniency on exiting. Okay, so the number of exits based on occupancy, as well as occupant load of that story. So if you're doing any kind of work area, regardless of the size, you have to look at how many exits do you have off that story. And where you have existing conditions outside of the work area, those can remain provided it is an existing approved condition. Now that's approved means in the building codes and all of our codes, there is a definition of approved. And that means whatever the code official, it will accept and approve. Okay. That's one of those things on exiting. You may want to make sure that you're on the same page with your local fire inspectors so they know what everybody agrees to. And then we get into single exit buildings. Now, some of this is similar to what's in the building code for new construction. There are some differences. And again, we're talking about our work area, and this includes any permitted spaces, any story, occupied roofs, and it would have to comply with all the following that you see there on your slide. Okay, there's a table that you're going to have to comply with. 804.31, table 1 and table 2. In R1 and R2 occupancies, now they added this without an approved automatic sprinkler system, individual single-story dwelling or sleeping units. Okay. Single exits are permitted where the occupant load is less than 10 and my exit access travel distance within a unit is less than 75 feet. Okay, there's that requirement's been in the code about that 75 feet travel distance to get to a point where I can go two different directions or I can get to a safe exit assembly area. Building's not more than 3 stories. All third-story space is part of a dwelling unit with an exit access doorway on second story. And the portion of the exit access travel distance from the door to any habitable room within the unit to the unit entrance doors is less than 50 feet. What they're doing here, and they're building all these condominium complexes and a lot of these newer ones and these fancy ones that are costing a lot of money, they have some of these units that are 2 stories. I've got one where the corner suites, they're 2-story units, but then you go up to like another half level to the balcony. So it's kind of 3 levels. So they're talking about, well, if you have an emergency situation, how do you get out of there? Well, this last one says the portion of the exit access travel distance from a door to any habitable room within the unit is less than 50 feet. 50 feet is not very much. So again, these are requirements. And again, it says without an approved automatic sprinkler system. R2 occupancies, a single exit is permitted from the basement, first or
Tim, it appears you froze again.
Okay. Can you all see the screen?
Not yet.
Oh, now what's going on?
No screen.
No, God dang it. Okay, there. Oh, I know. I gotta share the screen.
Yep.
Got it. Okay. Well, let's keep our fingers crossed. Going
Yeah,
forward.
no audio yet.
Oh, yeah. You should be able to hear me.
Yeah, I hear you just fine. If anybody cannot hear Tim, you might need to check your personal audio settings, or perhaps you're having a bandwidth issue and you can log out and log right back in.
Okay. All right, let's keep going. Hopefully that won't happen again. So on single exit buildings, continued. Apartment buildings, R2 occupancies, any number of stories with 4 or less dwelling units per floor can be served by an interior stairway with a smoke-proof enclosure or an exterior stair as an exit. And those would have to comply with the building code with those sections 909.2 and 1023.12. If the portion of the exit access travel distance from the dwelling unit entrance door to the exit is more than 20 feet, there's less than 20 feet, I can still have a single exit building. Fire escapes. We talked about this one early under the prescriptive method. In the work area method, it talks about fire escapes, but it has a few more things that you have to include than the prescriptive method. Okay. You can't use them in I2 health occupancies. They're only allowed where you're required to have 2 or more exits. If it's a single exit building, you can't use them. They are not permitted in any kind of new construction. In other words, they're building a new building. You cannot use them. You always get those people that will come in and say, well, hey, it's allowed under the existing building code. Why can't I use it for my new building? Well, that's not what its 10 is. You can put a new fire escape in only if that exterior stair cannot be constructed due to property lines. And again, that exterior stair would have to be built in compliance with Chapter 10 of the IEBC. What else? You have to have unobstructed access without passing through another room to get to the door going out to the fire escape. And you have to have a full-size door without going through another tenant. Now, there is an exception to that door that windows are acceptable provided there is access from a single dwelling unit or sleeping unit in R1, R2, or I1 occupancies, and any other occupancies with occupant load of less than 10. Windows would have to comply with the emergency escape and rescue openings requirements for the IBC, which is for new construction. You couldn't use the opening requirements for the IEBC. Any openings within 10 feet of the fire escape have to be protected with fire assemblies with a minimum of a 3/4 hour fire resistance rating unless you have an automatic fire suppression system. So where those windows are at that you're going to use for egress, those openings have to be protected with a 3/4 hour fire protection resistance rating. If you're in an E or I occupancy or any child care center, rooming houses, ladders of any type are prohibited on fire escapes uses as a required means of egress. So what that is saying is that stairway, that fire escape stairway, that stairway has to go all the way to grade. It cannot go down to a point where a ladder goes down. That would be prohibited. Mezzanines. Again, our work areas have an occupant load of less than 50 or my travel distance is less than 75 feet. That mezzanine must have access to at least 2 remotely located means of egress. I'm sorry, travel distance is more than 75 feet. I misread that. That travel distance can be increased to 50 feet where a sprinkler system is installed for NFPA 13 or NFPA 13R. And the existing building code does not have different thresholds for different occupancies like the IBC does. So doesn't depend on what occupancy it is. If you have a mezzanine, it complies with those 3 criteria, you're okay. Group A, the main entrance to a Group A occupancy. If I have an occupancy load greater than 300, that main entrance has to be capable of providing 50% of the total occupant load. If you have a main exit that is not identifiable, if it is not defined, then you have to have exits distributed around the perimeter of the building that provide 100% of the total capacity. Egress doorways includes requirements when 2 exits are required, limited to areas that include exits or corridors shared by more than 1 tenant. 2 exits are required when the work areas include rooms or spaces with an occupant load of more than 50 people, or where the travel distance to reach an exit exceeds 75 feet. Storage rooms only require 1 exit when the occupant load of the storage area is less than 10 people. Let's see. Any doors located in level 2 and along the path of travel from the work areas to the exit discharge serving a load of more than 50 people must swing in the direction of egress. And that also includes supplemental requirements. Doors must close and latch. Self-closing, automatic closing by listed closing devices. You can use those except occupied tenants work outside work area. This one's interesting. Panic and fire exit, hardware, any egress doors and assembly occupancies that have latching devices in a level 2 alterations work area. In the path of travel to the exit discharge with an occupant load of 100 must have panic or fire exit hardware or in accordance with section 1010.2.9 of the IBC. Now, the question here is the requirement for panic hardware in the building code for new construction, the occupant load is 50. That's the threshold, but it's 100 in the IEBC. The reason for that is prior to the merging of all the 3 model code organizations into one code, a couple of those, their threshold for panic hardware was 100. So there's a lot of buildings out there that are based on that threshold. So the IEBC then says, well, we got to honor that, or that's going to put them all in non-compliance if we go to 50. And so that would be a problem. So that's why they left it at 100. Any openings in corridor walls? Again, exits and corridors shared by more than 1 tenant. The doors shall not be constructed of hollow core wood and shall not contain louvers. Doors to dwelling units and sleeping units in those work areas of residential occupancies, R1, R2. I1 must not be less than 1 3/8 of an inch thick solid wood corridor or equivalent construction. Okay. When we talk about rated doors, or we talk about doors and rated assemblies, in the IEBC, the thing you're going to notice that is missing, it does not say the door assembly. In a new building, the door, if it's a 20 or 60 or 90-minute rated door assembly, that includes the door, the frame, the latching devices, everything. In the IEBC, it only talks about the door itself. They're not going to make you replace the frame if it's not necessary. Okay. Any glazing must be approved glazing or wire glass and metal frames, and the doors have to be self-closing. Any replacement corridor doors cannot be less than 1 3/4 inch thick solid wood corridor or equivalent, unless the door frame will only accept 1 3/8 of an inch thick door. Then you can use that one. Doors having a minimum 20-minute fire protection rating are considered equivalent. Our exception, existing corridor doors that provide fire protection rating of not less than 15 minutes. Now, those may not be labeled, so you're going to say, well, how am I going to know that? Well, they're going to have to be evaluated by some expert. Existing corridor doors when the building is protected with an automatic sprinkler system. Okay. In small group homes, self-closing doors are not required when protected with an automatic smoke detection system. Okay. And again, what is missing from replacement door requirements is the frame requirements. Okay. And that's why I put that up there. Transoms. Don't see those hardly anymore. These were in my old high school, you know, where when the teacher left and you get up on the chair and you look over to your friends and you're doing all kinds of crazy stuff. So now if you have existing transoms in the building and you have shared access corridors, the transoms in the work areas in R1 and R2 occupancies or large assisted living facilities of I1 and I2, then they must have the glazing fixed in place. They need to be welded something to where they are not openable. Okay. And that within the same fire protection rating as required for corridors. Or the transom opening must be sealed with materials consistent with corridor construction. Any other corridor openings in any work area, unless protected in accordance with 716, that gets into opening protectives, sizing of the openings, whether it's got sprinkler threshold requirements, whatever. Those have to be sealed with materials consistent with the corridor construction. And then supplemental requirements are going to tell you that beyond the work area, if the work area is more than 50% of the floor, those transoms would have to be protected throughout that entire story. Dead end corridors. Dead end corridors, level 2 work areas, they cannot exceed 35 feet unless permitted by the International Building Code. Well, 35 feet right off the bat in chapter 10 of the IBC, the restriction is 20 feet. So you're automatically getting an extra 15 feet in the IEBC. Okay. In group I2 cannot exceed 30 feet. Now, there are some exceptions that we're going to get into, and these are pretty amazing, quite frankly, when you look at these. In occupancies other than AH and I2, if the IBC allows a greater length than what the base requirements in the IEBC are, you can use those. If I have an existing dead end corridor, it can be up to a maximum of 50 feet if the building is equipped with an automatic fire alarm system in accordance with the IBC. So it would have to be a fully operational automatic fire alarm system that meets the requirements of the building code. An existing dead end corridor can be a maximum of 75 feet if you have an automatic sprinkler system installed in accordance with the IBC. And that's for the building, not the floor. That is for the building. And then I can build a new dead end corridor up to 50 feet if I have an automatic sprinkler system in accordance with the IBC. So a lot of leeway on dead end corridors. Means of egress lighting, yes, it has to comply with IBC for new construction, supplemental requirements throughout the entire story, except for occupied tenants. Same way with exit signs. Handrails. Every existing stairway has to have a handrail, meeting the requirements of the building code if you have at least 3 risers. Okay. With a minimum of 1 handrail. Existing stairways that don't have a handrail or the existing rails are in danger of failure, then 1 handrail has to be provided with the prescriptive requirements of the building code. This one was amended in the 21 code. Alterations in refuge areas, the capacity of the area or the horizontal exit cannot be reduced lower than required by the International Building Code, section 1026.4. where you have horizontal exit forms a smoke compartment, then the capacity of the refuge area, if it's in an I1, I2, or I3, or a Group B ambulatory care facility, cannot be reduced lower than the IBC requirements under Chapter 4. Okay. Any new electrical requirement in level 2 must comply with the NEC. Existing wiring in these assembly occupancies, A1, A2, A5, and H and I occupancies are required to be upgraded to comply with Chapter 7 for materials and methods. Residential occupancies, R2, R3, and R4, regulated by the International Residential Code. Kitchens, laundry areas, lighting, outlets, and all those would have to comply with the NEC and the electrical chapter in the IRC, which is pretty much duplicative out of the NEC. This is a new section on healthcare facilities that we've been seeing throughout the entire day. Group I2 and ambulatory care facilities and outpatient clinics. Any portion that's added of an existing electrical system is required to meet the new requirements of NEC and in accordance with NFPA 99. Level 2, mechanical alterations. If you have a space reconfigured into a habitable or occupiable space, it was non-habitable or non-occupiable, like a storage room or something of that nature, and now you're converting that, they would have to provide the ventilation in accordance with the International Mechanical Code because it's new space. This is a new section for plumbing, healthcare facilities. Any added portion of the medical gas system would have to comply with NFPA 99. Okay. You know, you have these healthcare facilities, they have certain types of gases like oxygen, things of that nature would have to comply with their new requirements. And then the last one for level 2 alterations is energy conservation. Any new work would have to comply with the IECC or the IRC energy requirements. All right. Let's see how we doing here. Since you took a break when my system went down, do you need another break or you want to keep going?
I think we can probably keep going.
Okay.
Yeah, someone else. Amy, thank you.
Okay, very good. We'll keep going. So now we're going to get into level 3. We've done level 1, we've done level 2, and now we're going to do level 3. And if you remember what I said earlier, now a level 3 is where more than 50% of the aggregate area of the building is being altered. Okay. And these requirements are found in Chapter 9 of the IEBC. There will be additional features that are triggered beyond the actual work areas, and that's the main thing here. That you're not going to get a lot of the get out of jail cards that you got in level 1 and level 2. Okay. And the guiding principle here, like our other ones, is that the level 3 alterations, the work will have to comply with the IBC, but the remainder of the building that is not being altered or touched will remain as is. Okay. So special use and occupancy in a high-rise building, any recirculating air or exhaust systems that have a capacity of more than 15,000 CFM shall be equipped with the smoke and heat detection devices in accordance with the mechanical code. That's somewhat of a retroactive requirement. Any elevators that are used for public use that are serving the work areas and have a travel distance in excess of 25 feet, whether it's above or below the main floor or the level of emergency response, access shall be provided with emergency operations in accordance with the standard ASME A17.3. And any new elevators shall be provided with a phase 1, phase 2 operations. That's the capture, recapture, the fire department requirements, all of that. Okay. And again, that is in high-rise buildings. Boiler and furnace rooms within the work areas have to be enclosed with a minimum of 1 hour fire rated resistance construction in I1, I2, I4, R1, R2, and R4 occupancies. You do get some exceptions based on the size of the boilers. You can see it on your screen there. Any steam boiler operating at pressures at 15 psig or less, not required to be enclosed. Hot water boilers operating at pressures of 170 psig or less shall not be enclosed, do not have to be enclosed. Furnace and boiler equipment with capacity of 400,000 BTUs per hour input rating is not required to be enclosed. Or those same rooms protected with automatic sprinkler system are not required to be enclosed. Fire partitions in group R3, where the work area is in any attached dwelling unit or multiple single family dwelling townhouse. Those walls separating those units are not continuous from the foundation to the underneath side of the roof sheathing are to be constructed to provide such separation with construction materials consistent with existing walls and must comply with the requirements for new construction. And the work shall be performed on the side of the dwelling unit wall where the work area is at. Fire protection systems, alteration level 3 are similar to level 2, but more stringent. These requirements are triggered. Now, this is the main one here. This could be a deal killer. They're triggered where there is sufficient water supply to the site. Remember in level 2, only if they had sufficient water supply to the floor. So that's a big one, because that means if they have the water lines that are sufficient to supply a sprinkler system, then they're going to have to install that. Now, again, if they don't have the supply to the site, you still get the same exception that we got in level 2 with an automatic smoke detection system. And this for occupancies such as upholstered furniture and mattresses in F1, storage in S1, those are going to be pretty important to look at. This is a new requirement in Group I2. These are our hospitals. Automatic sprinkler systems will be required throughout work areas of condition 1 and throughout work areas of condition 1 where work area is less than 50% of the smoke compartment, and throughout the entire smoke compartment of condition 2 where the work area is more than 50% of the smoke compartment. Windowless stories. Again, this is a new one, and it just added that, first of all, these previous ones, alterations located in windowless stories shall be sprinklered as would be required for newly constructed buildings, and the building site has sufficient water supply for the design and installation. So all they did was in windowless stories, they just caught up with what the requirement was in the code for the other buildings as far as the supply to the water supply to the site. Fire alarm and detection must be provided in accordance with section 907 as required for new construction. That's 907 of the building code. Manual fire alarms, same thing, has to comply with the building IBC throughout the work areas. This one, it's not required to be extended into the existing occupied tenant spaces on those floors that are located outside the work areas. Let's see, means of egress. Level 3 alterations must comply with the IEBC section 805. You're going to start seeing this with level 3. It's going to start kicking you back to sections we've already talked about. The only difference is that apply within all level 3 work areas, regardless if they share means of egress with other tenants. Okay. So if it's a single tenant building and you have a level 3, you don't get a get out of jail card. You're going to have to supply the means of egress in accordance with the building code. Lighting is required in accordance with the International Building Code from the highest work area all the way down to the level of exit discharge within the exit enclosure. Same way with exit signs. And this is a new one, 905.4, two-way communications. Buildings with elevator service have to be provided with two-way communication in accordance with 1009.8 of the IBC. That would be your high-rise buildings, things of that nature. Structural, a couple structural things here. If I have substantial structural alterations being made, basically this is saying those lateral load resisting systems must be evaluated and comply with the IBC.
Yeah, I think Tim froze again, so I've let Lisa know. Bear with us just a second, please. If you need to step away for a couple minutes, please do that. Come back, and it's 3:14. Try to come back in 3 or 4 minutes if possible.
Okay.
Okay. I apologize for all the technical difficulties. It's on my part, and I don't know what's going on. My wife, she's upstairs in a meeting. She's having the same problem. But anyway, so let's talk about change of occupancy. This is a major piece of the existing building code. Now, this has to be used in conjunction with the incremental approach we used in chapter 7, 8, and 9. 7, 8, and 9 is for the actual construction. So on change of occupancy, it's going to trigger things based on that occupancy change, whether we're going to an equal or lesser hazard occupancy or a more hazardous occupancy, and it's going to tell us what we have to do. So typically, there are 3 different types of change of occupancy. There's a change of use, which that is like I'm an A3, I'm changing to an A3. So that it doesn't take as much code perspective as the other two. That one, the thing you do have to remember, a lot of people think, well, if I got an A3 currently and I'm going to an A3, I don't have to do anything. That is not true. An example, let's say I have a bowling alley, big bowling alley, 32, 34 lanes, doesn't make any difference. It's an A3. So here comes somebody, the bowling alley goes out of business, and now they're going to do some renovations. Those will be handled by chapter 7, 8, or 9. But as far as the occupancy is concerned, they're changing it to a dance hall, not a nightclub dance hall, but like a Dancing with the Stars, ballroom dancing type of thing. That is still an A3. However, there are going to be things in our codes that are going to be different, such as occupant loading. The mechanical code is going to have different ventilation requirements for those 2 different uses. So travel distance, just all kinds of things that even though it's still an A3, it's still a change in use. So there is still work to be done. The other one is a change of group within an occupancy. So that one is going to be handled much like if we change the occupancy classification. So if I'm changing the classification, such as I'm going from a B occupancy to an A, that is a change in classification, and that's all bets are off. You're going to have to do a lot of work there. A change of group within a classification would be if I'm going from an A1 to an A2 to an A3. Those have similar requirements as the change in classification itself. They kind of treat them the same. Okay. So you have to make sure you get the language with whatever the work is that we're going to be doing. So let's go to the next slide. So if I change the occupancy, obviously I'm going to have a new certificate of occupancy for the new occupancy itself. That change of occupancy, if it's has a different fire protection system per chapter 9, that's going to have approval by the code official with a new certificate of occupancy as well. Okay, so let's go to the next one. If the IEBC requires compliance with the IEBC for any building, that there are special uses that in chapter 4. Okay, we all know chapter 4 has atriums, it has malls, it has haunted houses, it had all those. If it is a special use occupancy, you cannot use the existing building code. You would have to use the IBC for those special use and occupancies. Incidental uses, any change of occupancy to an incidental use shall comply with section 509 of the IBC. Depending on the size, the occupancy classification, it's going to tell you whether it needs to be enclosed in rated assemblies or if it needs a sprinkler system or smoke detection system, anything of that nature. Change of occupancy in healthcare. If you're going from an I2 to an I1, again, you cannot use the IEBC. You have to or you cannot use the IEBC. You would have to go to the IBC. Now, there are some exceptions to that rule that you see on your screen. If I'm going from an I2 condition 2 to a group I2 condition 1, that is less hazardous. As we go through this, you're going to notice if I'm going to a less hazardous use than what I currently have, there's going to be lesser restrictions on it. If I'm going from an I2 to an ambulatory healthcare, a lot of those can be a B occupancy. If I'm going from an I2 to an I1, again, that is a less hazardous occupancy. Group I1 condition 2 to group I1 condition 1, again, lesser hazard. Okay, next slide. Storage is pretty easy. Group I2, changing occupancy to a storage room. You have to have it probably has an existing automatic sprinkler system throughout in accordance with the building code. Now the exception there, if I have an existing room less than 250 square feet, or if the room is separated by construction capable of resisting smoke in accordance with 509.42 of the IBC, those are exceptions to this rule as well. Okay, next slide. 1003.1, building elements and materials. Any change of occupancy classification, they're going to have to comply with section 1011. We'll get to the 1011 here in a minute. Same way with fire protection, change of occupancy within a space where there's a different fire protection threshold of chapter 9, you're going to have to comply with section 1011. 1011 is the big section in chapter 10, and we'll get to that here in a second. Okay, next one. Means of egress. If the building's undergoing change of occupancy classification, it has to comply with section 1011. Again, you see all these, we're going to section 1011. Okay, next one. For purposes, and again, we talked about this earlier, that structural requirements are dependent on the occupancy classification, okay? So under 1006.1, under live loads, if your elements are carrying live loads, they have to comply with the design live load of the IBC for the new occupancy. Now, when you think about that, when people change the use of an occupancy in a building, they never think about, well, how does that impact the structure? And that could be a deal killer if they have to go in and they have to beef up the structural aspects of the building. Design live loads for the remainder of the building not included in that change can you continue as previously approved. Structural elements with a demand capacity ratio based on the change of occupancy is less than 5. Then the previously approved design loads, they're allowed to remain, and they do not need to do anything to come in compliance with the IBC section 1607. Okay, next one. Snow wind loads, same thing. If I'm going to an occupancy that results in a higher risk category for the snow and wind loads, I would have to comply with section 1604.5, and it must comply with that section based on the new risk category. Now, there is an exception to these rules that when the area of the new occupancy is less than 10% of the building, then the existing building structure is allowed to remain as is without being upgraded to the requirements of the snow and wind loads. Next, please. Seismic loads, very quickly, those, if they're assigned to a higher risk category, you would have to comply with the seismic requirements under Chapter 16 of the IBC. Now, there's some exceptions when that occupancy results in being classified from risk category to 2 or to risk category 3, then the coefficients of those seismic design categories is less than 0.33, then the area of that new occupancy, and it's less than 10%, it's going to be assigned a new risk category for the existing building so it can remain as is. Unreinforced masonry bearing wall buildings that are assigned to risk category 3 and a seismic design category A or B can use Appendix A1 of the IEBC. Now, this one is interesting because you remember we said in the very first part of this program that if you want to use an appendices, it has to be adopted by an ordinance. They circumvented that requirement here because they are referencing this requirement to Appendix A1. And what it's doing, it's giving you an option to use. And you would not have to adopt the appendices A1 for doing this. Changing from an S or U, from an S or U, no change of risk category, reduced seismic forces are permitted. Okay, next. Electrical, the thing you have to remember about electrical, when it talks about a change in use of electrical, those uses are identified in NFPA 70. They're kind of similar to our uses in Chapter 3 of our code, but they have different names. So when it talks about change of use in electrical, they're talking about the changes of uses identified in the electrical code, not the building code. Okay, next. Okay, unsafe conditions. Whenever you're having a change of occupancy on electrical and there is an unsafe electrical condition, in other words, it is hazardous, could be immediately hazardous, that has to be corrected per NFPA 70. Service upgrades, whenever you change the occupancy of the building, remember your size of your service is based on occupancy. So again, when you're changing the occupancy, you have to look at that equipment service panel to see if it needs to be upgraded for the load that's going to be imposed on it. Number of electrical outlets, whenever the occupancy of a building is changed, the number of electrical outlets is changed as far as how many you need. Again, you're going to have to go to the electrical code to find those. Okay, next. Mechanical, anything undergoing a change of occupancy, again, the mechanical ventilation requirements are based on occupancy use. So you're going to have, particularly kitchen exhaust, you would have to go to the mechanical code to find out what the ventilation requirements are for those new occupancies. Next. Plumbing, same thing. This one is always interesting because where I've always seen the biggest problem with this is on strip shopping centers. Okay, you have all these shops in a single building. They're usually a retail mercantile type of use. And now they might be a business use depending on what they're doing in its occupant load. So now here comes a tenant and they want to take over 2 or 3 units to put a restaurant, nightclub, bar type of occupancy in there. Well, here's the problem you're going to run into. First of all, the occupant load is going to be substantially increased. So now you have to go in and you have to figure out, well, what's the size of my building drain and my building sewer? Because I'm going to need a lot more plumbing fixtures. And more often than not, what you're going to find out is that sanitary line is not sized appropriately and it's under the floor slab. And that's going to be a big problem. So again, you have to remember that the fixture unit count is going to be indicate what size of building drain or building sewer that you're going to need. Food handling occupancies, similar, all existing sanitary waste lines, if they're located above a preparation area, they must be panned. That's the requirement of the code, that if I have a food preparation area anywhere and I have sanitary lines or waste lines above that, I have to put a panning system in there so if they get a leak, it does not fall on my food handling areas. Next, please. Any new lines would have to be panned as well. If you have a facility that has grease or oil-laden wastes, such as restaurants, then you have to put an interceptor in. It has to be provided and comply with the IEBC. If you have a new occupancy that has chemical waste, now you have to look at, well, what kind of piping do I have? And existing piping may not be the piping you need for the chemicals that are being pumped in there because it might deteriorate the lining of the pipe. So if that's the case, then you're going to have to neutralize the chemical waste before it goes into the system. Next. So this is the big section here. 1011.1, change of occupancy classification. And again, change of occupancy classification within a group, change of occupancy classification from one group to another group, or a change of occupancy within a space where there is a different fire protection system threshold. Okay, so those are the different areas we have to deal with. Okay, next. Fire protection systems. Any building or portion of a building that is undergoing a change of occupancy classification must comply with the fire protection thresholds for the new occupancy as required by Chapter 9 of the IEBC installed throughout the new occupancy. And if the new occupancy is not separated according to the code, then that protection system would have to be installed throughout the entire facility, the entire building. So that could be a major issue. Next, please. So that sprinkler system has to be installed in the new change of occupancy. Areas not separated vertically or horizontally. Okay, keep in mind you've got horizontal separations as well. And by one of the following, and it gives you the types of systems that you would have to separate these occupancies, okay? Non-rated permanent partition and horizontal assemblies, a fire partition, smoke barrier, firewall. And we all know those are all identified in Chapter 7 of the Building Code. So you would have to look those up to see how they're constructed, the continuity of them, things of that nature. Now, there are some exceptions where automatic sprinkler systems are not required in 1- and 2-family dwellings and townhouses per the IRC. Now, keep in mind, the general requirement in the IRC is that if it's brand new, it has to have an automatic sprinkler system in it. Okay. Now, existing facilities that are not have some alternatives that you can use. But again, these units are separated by, if they're townhouses, it's a 2-hour separation. If it's just a 1- and 2-family dwelling, it's a 1-hour separation. Okay. Next, please. Any change of occupancy classification. Notice the language here. It's a change in classification, not just in use. And there's a different threshold for that new occupancy. And of course, with Chapter 9 for the fire alarm and detection systems, then they would have to be added accordingly, according to the International Building Code. If you have an existing fire alarm appliances, those must be automatically activated throughout the entire building. Next. Interior finishes. Again, they're occupancy use based. Where you're having a change of occupancy, those interior wall and ceiling finishes must comply with the requirements of Chapter 8 of the IBC. Next. Means of egress. This is where we're going to start to get into our tables. Okay. And again, keep in mind what I said earlier, means of egress is kind of the sacred cow in building code. So all the occupancy classifications, this is the neat part, I think, about the IEBC as far as uses. They have grouped all the occupancy classifications in a table based on relative risk. Okay. And that is IEBC table 1011.5. We're going to see that here in a second. Occupancies with hazardous materials and defend in place protocols are the greatest risks, such as high hazard uses, such as institutional occupancies. And then that kind of gets down into our assembly occupancies and things of that nature. Non-residential occupancies with minimal fuel loads are low density occupant loads are considered lowest risk. So there we're talking about business occupancies, very low risk, very minimal fuel loads, occupant loads are low, factory storage areas. Now those have high fuel loads, but not as much occupant load. So again, you're going to see the risk levels in those drop as compared to your institutional and assembly occupancies. Next. And this is the first of 3 tables we're going to be looking at. Now you're going to notice this is means of egress. And this is the beauty of the work area method versus the prescriptive method. Now they're saying you're not supposed to mix and match, but I'm using a prescriptive method and I'm a little confused as to if an occupancy is less or more hazardous than the one that was there. I'm probably going to go to this table. I'm going to take a look at it. Now, again, this table is based on means of egress. So this is the only table that has 5 levels. Now, when you look at these, it does make sense. Obviously, your high hazard is your highest hazard risk. Then you get down to the second level and you got the institutional occupancies, which are people are restrained. They may have mental disabilities to where they cannot react to an emergency like most people can. And so that's the second highest level of risk. Then we get down to the mid-level. Again, you got your assemblies, you got E's, schools, which have high occupant loads, M, where you have high fire loads, R1, R2, R4, where you have multiple people, you have multiple dwelling units with a lot of people sleeping overnight, R4 condition 2, which gets into our daycare facilities, our group homes. And then we get down to your B, F1, R3, R4, condition 1, S1, and so on and so forth. So again, when you look at this and you think of the types of occupancy, this really makes sense. Okay, let's go on. Next, there we go. So this is the mentality we're going to use, or this is the process that the code uses. So in all 3 of these tables we're going to be talking about, it's going to give you a section on if you're changing to a higher hazard category or you're changing to an equal or lesser hazard category and the requirements and what they're going to do. So in this one, the first one, if a means of egress, I'm changing to a higher hazard classification according to the table. That means that that new occupancy is going to have to comply with the requirements for egress with Chapter 10 of the IBC for the new occupancy in total. But there are some exceptions. Enclosure of stairways is permitted to comply with IEBC section 903.1. Talked about that earlier, that if my stairway doesn't meet the rise and tread ratios of the codes for new construction, but they're in disrepair and I gotta replace those, I can put them back with the same rise and tread to fit it into the stairwell that is existing there in order to comply. Any new stairway slopes, pitch, rise, and tread, that's the one I just talked about. Existing corridor walls of wood, lath, and plaster can remain, or half is gyp wallboard. Existing openings in the corridor can remain as permitted by section 805.5. That's those transom areas that we were talking about. Dead end corridors, again, as long as they comply with 805.6, which we talked about, that's an exception. Operable windows complying with section 1011.5.6. Haven't really talked about that one, but those are operable windows that don't necessarily meet the means of egress windows out of bedrooms, things of that nature. Okay, next. Now, means of egress for a change of use to an equal or lesser hazard based on that table. The existing components that are proposed to remain must meet the requirements of section 905 for the new occupancies. That's of the IEBC. Any newly constructed or reconfigured means of egress has to comply with the International Building Code, Chapter 10. That's new construction. Now, again, the exception is the pitch and slope cannot be made with new requirements due to the existing building construction. The stair riser heights and tread depths can remain as is. And we already talked about that one. Next. This one, regardless of where you're at in that table, you still have to meet egress capacity. Okay, it must meet or exceed the calculated occupant load for the new occupancy and the existing occupancies based on the requirements of the IBC. Whether you're going to a higher hazard or lesser hazard, it doesn't make any difference. You have to meet the egress capacity.
Lisa, I think we lost Tim again. I'm sure you're aware of that. So when Tim rejoins, I'm going to ask him to update us on the finish time for the class today, when he expects to wrap up, and if we're going to have Q&A and approximately how long the Q&A will be. I'm getting a lot of questions about when we're going to be complete, and I'm not 100% sure at this point since we've had some technical difficulties, but as soon as he rejoins, I'll ask him to summarize that for us. Thank you. So Tim is rebooting. I don't think we're going to be going until 5, just answering some questions from the chat. However, obviously we're going to go past 4. So as soon as he's able to get reconnected, I'm going to ask him to give us an idea of how much longer, how much more material he has to cover, and then a bit of time for questions and answers.
How about now? Yep, my screen lit up, so, okay. All right, so let's see. Again, hopefully, hopefully everybody's still on.
Yeah, Tim, we're beginning to lose folks. Can you give us an update on how much more material you have?
Yeah, I apologize. We're having all kinds of technical difficulty here. It's on my side. We haven't quite figured it out yet, but we'll keep on and keep going. We don't have a lot left, so we'll try to get through it as best we can. Okay, so hopefully everybody is with me. And you can hear me. Lisa's going to control the PowerPoint at this point.
So Tim, sorry to interrupt you. What
existing emergency escape and rescue openings? There's a change of occupancy. This is one that we got a lot of grief over from kind of the fire service. But what this does, if it's a change of occupancy, it allows you to still use if it's an existing emergency escape and rescue opening, or even if you are changing the occupancy of a room to a bedroom, and the existing window in there has a net clear opening of more than 4 square feet, and the opening height and width of greater than 22 and greater than 20, that will be acceptable. Okay, so 4 square feet is not very much, but if it's existing, they're going to allow that. Same way with replacement windows, with the frame that it's going in, complies with, it meets the size requirements of item number 1 that we just talked about. And the replacement window is the largest standard size that will fit in the existing frame from the manufacturer. Okay, we talked about that one earlier in the prescriptive method. Okay, next. This is the table for height and area. Okay, you can see they're moving them around a little bit differently. You have hazards 1 to 4, not 5. And the classifications now, they kind of combine a lot of the A's and the R's in condition 2. B, F2, S2, A5, all those are down on the lowest hazard level. And then you got E and the F1 and the S1s and the F. So when you look at this from a height and area standpoint, it really does make sense. So now let's go to the next slide that we're going to talk about based on height and area if you're going from a higher hazard occupancy. Okay, Lisa, you want to go to the next one, please? That if you're going to a higher hazard, you must comply with Chapter 5 for general building heights and areas of the International Building Code. So you cannot violate that. Okay, go to the next slide. We're going to have a firewall alternative. We've always allowed that if I'm adding a building on or I'm changing an occupancy to a higher hazard that puts me over the height and area limitations, then if I put a firewall in there, that solves the problem. Well, you can't put a firewall in the middle of an existing building. It is physically not possible. The firewall has to be in an independent structure. So what this does on an existing building, it says, well, tell you what we're going to do. In all occupancies, except for the H, F1, and S1, I can use a fire barrier and a horizontal assembly as long as they meet the criteria of section 707 and 711 of the IBC. And those are permitted in lieu of the structurally independent firewalls. Okay. Now, if you're going to use a fire barrier, you still have to, the building has to be completely sprinklered for NFPA 13. Maximum areas between the fire barriers have to comply with the height and area requirements of Chapter 5. And the fire resistance rating of the fire barriers and horizontal assemblies must not be less than that required for firewalls. Now, that's the interesting one, because if the firewall was to be 3 hours, now the fire barrier has to be 3 hours as well. The only thing I'm not really getting out of this is the structural independence. Rating's going to be the same. I'm going to have a sprinkler system. Height and area's got to be the same, but I'm getting it out on the structural requirements. Okay, next. If I'm going to an equal or lesser hazard occupancy according to that table, everything is good. I don't have to really do anything from a code perspective. That is going to say that it is compliant with the existing height and area requirements of the code. That one's pretty easy. Okay, next. The fire barriers on a change of classification to a higher hazard, those fire barriers in separated mixed occupancies must comply with the same fire resistance ratings of the IBC. The fire barrier is required to have a 1 hour fire resistance rating. Then it's going to allow me to use existing wood, lath, and plaster as long as it's in good condition. Now, that's something you're going to have to determine. Or I can use half-inch thick gyp wallboard. That is permitted as well as an equivalent. Okay, next. Now, the last table is the existing firewall resistance ratings. Okay, that's the exterior wall. Now, you can see the table still got 4 categories. Now we're moving things around a little bit when we talk about the exposure to exterior walls. Now, the A, B, E, I, and R has gone down to the 3rd level, where F, M, and S1 have gone up to the 2nd highest hazard level. So again, when you think about this, they all make sense. Okay, next slide, please. So if I'm going to a higher hazard category based on that table, exterior wall fire resistance rating requirements have to comply with the International Building Code, and that includes the opening protectives. Okay, you don't get a get out of jail card on that one. Okay, next. If I'm going to an equal or lesser hazard for that table, the existing exterior walls, including the openings within those walls, is considered to be code compliant. So that exterior wall rating, that one's pretty easy. Okay, go to the next one. Now we're going to talk about opening protectives in those exterior walls. Okay, those have to be protected as required by the International Building Code. When you're going to a higher hazard category, the openings are required to be protected because of their fire separation distance. The sum of the openings must not exceed 50% of the respective wall area on a per story basis. So you're only going to evaluate those on each story, not the entire face of the building. Okay, next. Opening protectives. This talks about table 705.8 of the IBC. That allows openings in excess of 50% of the percentage of the protecting openings is allowed to match the percentage permitted by the IBC for new construction. In residential buildings, there are 3 stories that are 3 stories or less in height and are located 3 feet or more from a lot line, or buildings protected throughout with an automatic sprinkler system with NFPA 13. If the change is to an equal or lower hazard, then I only have to comply with table 1011.6 of the IEBC, which we just talked about. Okay, next. Enclosure vertical shafts designed to meet IBC for atriums have to comply with section 1011.8.1 or section 404 of the IBC provides requirements for atriums. Section 1011.8.2 provides requirements for interior stairways, or section 1011.8.3 of other. These are vertical shafts on what you have to do, whether they're stairway shafts or atriums or whatever the case may be. Okay, next, please. Stairways. If I'm changing my classification to a higher hazard category for table 1011.5, those interior stairways now have to be enclosed in accordance with the IBC section 1023. Okay. Next. These are exceptions to that rule. If you're connecting 2 stories or less, as long as the stairway is not open to corridors or stairways on other floors, it does not apply to occupancies. Those can be open. That's actually a requirement in chapter 10 of the building code for new construction, that I can connect 2 stories. Existing unenclosed stairways are not required to be enclosed in a continuous vertical shaft if each story of the building is separated from other stories by a minimum of 1 hour fire resistance rated construction. Again, depending, it does not matter how many stories it is. It only requires that 1 hour protection. Or approved wire glass set in steel frames. All exit access corridors are sprinkler protected. The openings between the corridors and occupant spaces must have sprinkler heads above each opening on the tenant side. So they're kind of getting that from the atrium requirements about the sprinklers directly above the opening. Existing penetrations on stairway enclosures can remain as long as they are protected in accordance with section 714 of the IBC. That's the through penetration fire stop requirements that you would have to meet. Okay, next. Other vertical shafts, any change of occupancy to a higher hazard would have to comply with the IBC. Again, we have exceptions on institutional occupancies. That shaft enclosure is not required for an existing vertical opening that connects not more than 5 stories, as long as there's an automatic sprinkler system complying with NFPA 13, or you have an existing 1 hour fire resistance rated shaft, are allowed to remain as even with a higher rating is otherwise required. Okay, next. Openings in existing shafts have to be protected with a minimum 1 hour protection for rated assemblies. Thus, be self-closing or automatic closing upon actuation of a local smoke detector. That's these shaft openings, these doors. And the exception is for stairway enclosures. Existing fusible link type automatic door closing devices are permitted to remain as long as that fusible link does not exceed, the rating does not exceed 135 degrees Fahrenheit. Okay, next. That's pretty much it for change in occupancy. Any questions on that? I know we've had some obstacles here. We've gone through it pretty quick. Just remember, change of occupancy. The majority of that chapter is for a change in classification or change in group within a classification. And basically, if you're going to a higher hazard, the general requirements, you got to comply with the IBC. If you're going to an equal lesser hazard, it's pretty much compliant. And you don't have to do a lot except for your egress capacity when sprinkler systems are required and your setback, your height and area requirements. So again, that pretty much is a summary of that chapter. Okay, additions. This one isn't really that complicated. The addition has to comply with the International Building Code, except where it connects to the existing building. The existing building can remain without any alterations, provided the addition does not impact the existing building. Now, that could be a number of things: the loading, egress, fire protection systems, things of that nature. And we already talked about when you put an addition on, don't forget to check if the existing building had height and area increases due to open perimeter. That is very critical in this, that a lot of people don't remember. Okay, next. You cannot increase the height of an existing building beyond that permitted by Chapter 5. Keep in mind, you can always put an addition on top of an existing building. That's not done a lot. Most people think, well, it's applied to the side of the building, but if you go on top, then you still have to meet the height and area requirements of the building code. Now, let's talk about the third bullet: infilling of existing floor openings and non-occupiable appendages. What is that? Well, first of all, let's say you have an existing mall that has escalators in it. And for whatever reason, and this has happened, it happened in our mall here, they decide that they want to take the escalators out. And they want to fill in that hole where the escalator was. That does not add to the height and area of the building because it was an existing opening. And those are pretty big openings. Those could be as much as 70 feet by 45 feet, whatever. So, that's over 1,000 square feet. And that 1,000 square feet, by infilling it now, puts them over the height and area limitations if it were calculated for the code. And what the existing building code is saying, now, we're not going to worry about that. We're not going to bust you on filling that in for whatever reason. Okay. Non-occupiable appendages. I believe if you go to the next slide, I bet you don't have this one. There it is. Yeah, you do. This is what we're talking about a non-occupiable appendage. I took this picture. This is actually a Catholic church in Overland Park where I am at. And this church was built in the early 70s. And where they made the mistake is the sanctuary is on the top, is on the upper level. And in order to get to the parish hall underneath where they have bingo and donuts on Sunday or whatever the case may be, in order to get to that lower level, you had to go out the main doors to the outside, walk around, come around, and go in the doors on the lower level. So what this change is saying is that they put this appendage onto this is brand new, they put this addition onto the side of the building. And all of that addition has, it's got an elevator, it's got a stairway, that's it. That is considered non-occupiable appendage. And so what the existing building code is going to say, because of that, and you're actually making the building safer, that we're not going to charge you for additional height and area of the building. We're going to give you an out on that. That's what they're talking about, non-occupiable appendages. An elevator shaft, for instance, a stairway, okay, non-occupiable appendages. Okay, next. Let's keep going. I think these are all structural. Again, the addition, if it increases by more than 5%, you got to get an engineer. Keep going. Please keep going. These are all similar to what we've already talked about. Keep going. Flood hazard areas, additions in those areas have to comply with the applicable requirements, the FEMA requirements. If they're structurally connected and they meet the definition of substantial improvement by itself, it's going to have to comply with Chapter 16 of the Building Code. Non-structurally connected, if it meets the definition of substantial improvement, then the existing building addition must comply with Chapter 16 as well. Okay, next. Flood hazard areas for vertical additions, when combined, if they constitute substantial improvement, then they would have to comply with Chapter 16 of the Building Code, 1612, that section. For raised or extended foundations, if the foundation work and all other proposed work when combined, that constitutes substantial improvement, as defined by the IEBC, then that must comply with the IEBC. So all of this is if you are putting additions on to a building that's in a flood hazard area and it constitutes substantial improvement, then first of all, you have to raise it out of the floodplain. You have to deal with the floodplain elevation before you can put the addition on. That's pretty much it on that one. Okay, next. And energy conservation, we all know the addition would have to comply with the IECC, or if it's residential, it would be chapter 11 of the IRC. Okay, next. Relocated buildings. This one's easy. A relocated building would have to comply with your code requirements. Like the IBC, particularly if it's coming from another jurisdiction. Okay. Bleachers, grandstands, folding, telescopic seating have to comply with ICC 300. The building would have to comply with the fire code and property maintenance code. Anything field fabricated like a new foundation would have to comply with the IBC or the IRC as applicable. Pretty much it for relocated buildings. Okay, next. Wind loads, the building coming in your jurisdiction would have to comply with the wind loads of the IBC and the IRC. Next. Seismic loads, same thing. If you're in a seismic area, you're relocating the building, it would have to comply with the requirements of the 1 and 2 family dwelling code or the IBC for seismic design categories A, B, and C. Next. Snow loads, again, have to comply with the IBC for your jurisdiction. There is an exception. Existing buildings and structures of any type of occupancy where the new location does not increase the snow load stresses by more than 5%. So again, you're going to have an engineer tell you that. Okay, next. Flood hazard areas. That's a slam dunk. Anything into a flood hazard area has to comply with the IBC for flood loads. Next. Inspections and repairs. That allows the IEBC allows the code official to have additional inspection of the structural elements of the relocated building conducted to ensure that no structural elements or connections have been damaged. Any structural repairs would have to be made prior to use and occupancy. Okay, next. Okay, let's go on, keep going. I'm going to skip these. Yeah, just hit these. We're going to skip the tests, the activity questions. There we go. Okay, I'm going to go through this pretty quick because what this does, you've seen that table of the 23 performance criteria that they want you to evaluate. And on each of those, there is a section in this chapter on every one of those. So based on time and the problems we've been having, technically, we're not going to go through all 23 sections of that. Okay. So go to the next slide. And basically, there's really no construction here. It's just an evaluation of what is the equivalency of an existing building to our current codes. And it's only to evaluate things that are observable without tearing the building apart to find out what's behind the walls. Okay. And the idea is this would provide designers, code officials with some sort of rationale on establishing the level of safety from a holistic approach for that building. Okay, so let's go to the next one. Let's see. Let's go to the next one. Go to the next one. If there is a partial change in occupancy to where I have two or multiple different occupancies, I have to do an evaluation for each occupancy. And then once I have those evaluations, I have to go through them and I have to choose the most restrictive points for that category. Okay. All right, next. Additions, again, have to comply with the IBC. If there's a firewall constructed in accordance with the IBC, it's considered a separate building. If that's not provided, then the existing building addition must comply with the height and area. Okay, we know that. Okay, next. Keep going. So the acceptance on this method, you still have to comply with the fire code and property maintenance code for the maintenance provisions. Any unsafe condition has to be corrected. And the structural requirements of 1612 is applicable. The building is located in flood hazard area, still has to meet the substantial or improvement requirements that we talked about previously. Okay, next. Okay, this is where the investigation and evaluation starts, okay? You use that table to do an analysis of the building. Structural analysis of the building or structure must be completed before you do the other parts of the evaluation, so you know the structural capability based on what the occupancy is going to be. The results of the evaluation has to be given to the code official and they have to approve it. And then they determine compliance with it. Okay, let's go to the next one. These are the 3 safety categories that they have to meet. Fire safety, means of egress, and general safety. Now, what's going to be interesting in the table, you're going to come up with one number based on the evaluation, but that number has to be put in all 3 columns. Okay. And when we get to the table, you'll be able to see that. Okay. Okay, let's go to the next one. Okay, here is the summary sheet that has to be filled out by the owner's representative, their architects or engineers, whoever's doing the evaluation. And I'm not going to go through all these. You can see these sheets or these tables are actually in the code book. So you can print them off right out of the code book. And you can see on this one, this is the summary sheet. What's the existing occupancy? What's the proposed occupancy? When was it built? How many stories, height and feet? What type of construction? The area per floor? Are corridors rated? Does it have open perimeter? Is it compartmentalized? Standpipes? Does it have, you have to fill this out. Okay. So now I filled this out. I've given it to the code official. This is what we're doing. And so now I'm going to go to the next steps. Go to the next slide, please. This is the performance compliance method tally sheet. Notice the different parameters. Now, in some of these, they're blocked out. Like if you go down under smoke control, it's blocked out under fire safety. So you're only going to have in that row, you're only going to have 2 numbers for 2 columns, not 3. Go down under mixed occupancies, it blocks out means of egress. Okay. So on each one of these categories, on these parameters, there is a section in the code on each one of them. Some of them have calculations like the building height and area. It has a calculation that the architect, the engineer is going to have to do to see where it lies and where the points are going to be. Okay. The rest of these, the majority of these, each one of them has a table and they're going to go through and you're going to, based on the table is where you're going to get your points. For example, on the sprinkler table, it's got 6 categories. It's going to start out the first one, buildings required to be suppressed under the building code, and it is not. You get -5 points. That's not good. And then it's going to, the next 6 is going to come across where it's got, okay, it's required to be sprinklered and it is sprinklered. You get 0 points. Anything that is required by code and meets the code gets 0 points. They're not going to penalize you, nor are they going to give you more points for meeting the code because you're supposed to meet the code. So that is neutral territory. If you go above and beyond the code, for example, it's an office building, it's not required to have a sprinkler system in it, but it does. Well, now I'm going to get positive points. So that's how this system works. Okay. Again, I'm not going to go through every section of this because we'd be here for another 2 hours. And obviously you don't want to be here for another 2 hours. So let's go to the next one. Next one, please. Mandatory safety scores are based on occupancy classification. Okay, go to the next one. This is where we start getting in. This is the formula for building height. It's going to take in the value in feet, IBC allowable height minus existing building height times 125. Height value in stories, IBC allowable stories minus existing stories times the CFF, which is a construction factor. And that you can find that in the code. So now let's go to the next one. Keep going. We're not going to go through all these calculations. This is the area formula. Keep going. Just keep going until I tell you to stop. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, going, keep going, keep going. Yeah, like I said, these are all, there's a table attached to most of these. Elevator control, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Yeah, I don't know why they didn't put the tables on this PowerPoint, but they didn't, so you can't really see them. They're in your book, you can find them. Incidental uses. Okay, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Okay, your building score, here it is. This is the table that gives you the mandatory safety scores that have to be met. This table is in the code book. So when you're doing an evaluation, the architect, the engineer is going to do the evaluation. They're going to give you the eval sheet, and you're going to compare that eval sheet to the mandatory safety scores. And you're going to see where they came up short. That now they got to do something. It's going to show you where they got more than they need. So this is an evaluation sheet. This is in the code. These are the point systems that you have to meet. Okay, go to the next one. So the way this works on the 21 parameters, the mandatory safety score is going to show you where that compared to the architect's report is going to show you where you came up short, where you have negative points. So now I don't pass. This existing building does not pass. So the question, well, am I done? I can't do anything. Now I gotta go back and use the work area method or the prescriptive method, whatever. Not exactly. What I'm going to do as a building owner is I'm going to go through that report and I'm going to see where my strengths are and where my weaknesses are at. And I may have where my tenant separation doesn't meet code. I may have areas where my travel distance doesn't meet code. And I got all these things that doesn't meet code. And so after the total evaluation, I only need to find 4 or 5 points to get over the hump. Hey, if I put a fully automatic sprinkler system in the building, even though my travel distance isn't right, even though my dead ends aren't right, even though I don't need, does that get me enough points to get over the hump? Yeah, that'll get you 6 points. You only need 4. I'm done. I don't have to correct any of the other things in that building until it comes down to when I'm doing the alterations and the new work that I'm doing would have to comply with the code. That's it. That is the performance method in a nutshell. Now, again, I could spend more time going through every one of those 21 sections of the code on the parameters, but I think that would be redundant. You can look at the tables, you can read them on your own. Can you keep going on the slides, please? Keep going. Okay. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are done for the day. Any questions? Again, I apologize for the technical difficulties. I'm going to have to get some computer expert in here to find out what the problems are. And my computer expert is my 13-year-old grandson. He knows all about computers. I can figure out what's going on. Final reflection. What questions? Okay. What time is it? Got about 15 minutes left, so I'll be here until you all decide I don't get any questions. But if you have any questions, feel free to just open up your mics and let me know.
Tim, I know we lost a few folks toward the end here. Is it possible for them to either funnel questions through me if something comes up after the fact and I can get them over to Lisa for you to answer? Is that a possibility?
Your mic's open, but I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Lisa, can you hear him? Because you're controlling.
I'll type it in the chat if you can hear that.
Okay. Something's.
Ben's going to type it into the chat for you, Tim.
Okay, try it again.
How's this? Can you hear me now?
No.
Can others hear me? Is it just Tim that can't hear me?
I think what I'm hearing is the others can hear you, but I can.
I can hear you, Ben.
Okay, Lisa, can you hear me?
Hear you, but not enough to know what you're saying.
Okay, Lisa, can you hear me? Okay, I'll type it in the chat.
Ben, I can hear you fine.
Okay, my question is, since we lost some folks early,
Right.
if questions come up after the fact for the folks that are online currently, or for those that left, can I collect those questions and funnel them through you for Tim to answer?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're
Hopefully
welcome.
everyone heard that. Everyone heard that, and feel free to.
We have
send
it on
those.
a recording too.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And just a reminder to everyone that you will be receiving an email from ICC in several days with information about your CEU credit. And you will also be hearing from Ben's team about your GSA CLAs. So watch your email for those announcements when they come through, probably in the next 5 to 7 days. And we will get the recording of today's session along with the PDF of the slides posted for access in probably about 2 weeks.
Thank you, Lisa.
Lisa,
You
this
hear
is
us,
Tim. Yeah, I've got it. I figured out what was wrong with it. I apologize. So I am still available for questions, but I didn't mean to interrupt you, but go ahead.
No, it's all good. That was all I needed to share.
Okay, and the CLPs for the GSA folks online, Mark Cucci and I will be working on those and get those to you the way that we typically do. And the recording and slides, once they're received, will be posted on Insight under our national training link, and I'll send that out so that you have that. Any questions for Tim or anyone else? Myself?
We want to definitely thank Ben. Thank you to you for helping pull this together. Thank you to all the attendees who have spent a very large chunk of their day online with us. And
Yes,
thank you to Tim for grace under pressure.
Yes,
well, and Lisa, I will get with one of your technical experts with ICC. And see if we can together figure out what was going on.
Sure.
Okay. Because
I send a lot of positive feedback, Tim, for all your expertise and experience and examples that you provided. So a lot of positivity in the comment.
Well, good. I hope they enjoyed it. And the other thing I always leave people with is after these classes is don't put this on the shelf. You sat here for all day, go out and start implementing this stuff or you will forget about it. Implement it as soon as you can and put it into practice.
Great. And for those of you still online, we have 4 more of these courses, so feel free to sign up for those, and hopefully we'll see you again here in a couple of weeks.
Okay.
With that,
Ben, thank you so much for all your efforts and everything you're doing out there.
Thank you.
You bet.
And we look forward to seeing everybody on OneX training sessions very soon.
Yeah.
And Lisa, thank you for all your work, everything you've done behind the scenes. Thank you so much.
Anytime.
Okay. Well, we'll talk to you down the road.
Everybody have a great rest of your day.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye.